going on, Consciouztv, your favorite breakdown commentator? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and run those likes all the way up. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. So whether you part the replay gang acting for me in real time, or you all own next piece of bush, baby, please swing and bang and bullet the hell out of that like feature. If you enjoy everything that Kane does here, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. That's Conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the channel. All donation information and social media handles are in the description box below and scrolling from right to left in red and white at the bottom of the live screen. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the king is in fact king. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community or your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give no damn where you in fact let the language set them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
yes, I'm pulling a double shift soul pour. What's going on, Conscious crew? Hey, y'all. What's going on, my rumors and tea? I'm loving that thumbnail, rumors. All right, now you better show out, sis. Shout out to my rumors. Hey, soul pour. What's going on, Lady D? Hey, Iron Gardner. Hey, Shauna. We bike, honey. What's going on, Carolyn? What's going on, Sparkle? Hey, boo. Hey, y'all. Now, this is the improv live, child, okay? Y'all know we've been busting down the Nolan Wells commentary, child. I'm talking about 5, 6, 8 hour long damn streams, deep diving, town halls. Today we went live for like 8 hours, and that live was designed to entertain the other side, because as a media defendant and as somebody who likes to always just be fair and try my hardest to not be unbiased and to acknowledge when a broke clock can be right twice a day, and to be a truth seeker, it's just in my nature to always look in all directions, to have a full understanding of what's taking place, and to be able to hold any party and all parties involved in any given situation accountable, and to be more interested in facts and truth than in particular narratives. So since we had been going hard and leaning in one direction with kind of this idea that the friends have something to do with Nolan Wells' death, I did think it was important, given that the friends have denied any involvement and apparently, may have some evidence that we have yet to see in its entirety to support maybe that Nolan Wells was not on that boat when they left, and that he did stay behind on the island. And so I just thought that it was fair to take time to deal with the latter, to deal with the contrary. And I feel like we accomplished that in the earlier lives. So if you have been missing out on the Nolan Wells commentary, child, y'all get into the things. Plus, some folk out there handed goddamn lawsuits for slander and defamation. So the king definitely is going to be non-biased, baby, and exploring all sides, because when the lawsuits go up, it ain't going to be nothing but one motherfucker's name listed as the defendant, and it's going to be me. It ain't going to be the panelist. It ain't going to be the commenters in the comment section. It's going to be the CTV. So CTV also got to do what CTV got to do, baby, to stay clear all right, of ending up in court with these folks. So, you know, they got to be able to look at the channel, and I got to be able to show the courts in the hypothetical of being sued, child. We wasn't assigning any crime to nobody. But we explored all sides. We explored all narratives. We explored even their possible innocence. Okay. So, if you just missed out on all that, get into all of that, all right? So I told y'all I was tired, child. My sleep pattern been toe up. So after I got off the live with y'all earlier, I just woke up a few hours ago, and I was sitting here doom scrolling, and I was minding my business and y'all's too, and some interesting things came across my front desk, and I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and pivot and kind of get outside of this Nolan Wells bubble and get back into some other content. And I saw two conversations that are kind of getting started right now. One is by a content creator on TikTok and Instagram. She is freaking hilarious. She's always giving social commentary to what's taking place, things that are kind of trendy, political, etc. She's known for her laugh, but she ended up doing a little like 2-minute, 3-minute think piece calling out women for discriminating against dating preferences regarding bisexual men. I said, oh, wow, okay. And then Gay Magazine, which is a blog that I follow on IG, shout out to Gay Magazine. They've highlighted my work before. They had a clip from a queer male who basically was asking, do heteronormativity and gender roles work in same gender loving relationships and dating dynamics? Since we're not talking about opposite sex dynamics, do the dynamics change when it is members of the same sex who are navigating finances, the household, raising of children, domestic chores? So where do the roles come into play at in same gender loving dynamics? So we're going to be getting into all of that, yeah. And I may or may not be dropping the link. What's going on, criminal researcher? Hey, boo. What's going on? Hey, Ari. Hey, y'all. Make sure that you guys run the likes all the way up, child. We need all of that. All right, so let's get into the content creator Nene and all of that, and get into her talks on bisexual dating preferences, child. Because of course, girl, she done stirred the pot all the way up. Now, mind you, I did see this clip on her page. And maybe I'll try to, matter of fact, hold on real quick. Let me get my phone real quick, because I'm going to pull up her page. Because there were women who were willing to be honest under her comment section, who also openly date bisexual men, have had great experiences of dating bisexual men. But of course, under, you know, the It's On Site page, who reposted Nene's video, that comment section is a bit more anti-bisexual man. Okay, so let me get my phone real quick. You guys run the lights all the way up. Run them up, run them up, run them up. Boom, 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 boom. My God, today. Where is my, I don't even know where the hell my damn phone is. Hold on. Oh, I was sitting on it. My God, today, my big old fat, juicy, light-skinned ass. Hold on, let me pull up her, my ass so fat, I couldn't even feel it sitting right there in the crevices. Right in the crevices of the peach. See if I can find Nene page real quick, because I want to pull up her comment section too, so we can just have a nice little balance between both trains of thought. Motivation, 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 motivation.
I just saw a post that's
certified freak, 7 days a week. Wet ass, make that pull-out game weak. Motivation, 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 motivation. Hold on, y'all. I'm pulling up Nene page. Certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass, I'll make that pull out game. Week.
Is
okay. All right, let me send this to myself. Then pull this up. And then we're going to get into it, y'all. And this is probably going to be triggering, child, because y'all know I don't even like talking about these subjects no more, girl, because we get into such a damn versus match over here when it comes to these topics about transgenderism and gender identity and sexuality and bisexuality and all the double standards that I'm constantly reminding y'all that y'all be participating in, child. So, you know, we always end up in the arena, child. But y'all know I don't give a damn anyway, baby. We're going to have this fight for better off for worse. All right, let me pull up. Let me use her video, and then we're going to pivot to It's On Site comment section. Then we're going to get into some things, child. Now, I'm going to ask as a preference, child. Try to be open-minded. Try to be fact-centered. Okay, not narrative driven, not perpetuate mythologies and unfounded fears. Okay, but try to be information led. Okay, and you may end up empowered in this mother. All right. Nay, take us away, child.
A man because he's bisexual is absolutely rooted in biphobia and homophobia. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? You're telling me that you've met a man and he checks off every single one of your boxes. He's smart, he's funny, you're physically attracted to him, he has a well-paying job, he's goal-oriented, like every single thing on your list, this man checks off. But then you find out he's bisexual and all of a sudden, you're no longer attracted to him, you no longer want to date him. Mind you, just 4 syllables ago, you were attracted to him. He was marking off everything. He was your dream guy. It's only because he's bisexual that now you're no longer attracted. And you want me to believe that that's not rooted in biphobia or homophobia. Be so for real. What else could that possibly be rooted in if not rooted in homophobia and biphobia? Then y'all talking about that's just my preference. Sweetheart, I'm going to hold your hand with an apple between when I say this. Multiple things can be true at fucking once. You can try to frame it all you want as it just being your personal preference. That does not at all take away from the fact that your personal preference is absolutely rooted in homophobia and biphobia. And this is not a hard concept to understand because y'all understand it just fucking fine when somebody says their preference is not dating someone who's darker or might be heavier set. Y'all can call out the colorism and the fat phobia and that. But now all of a sudden, because your preference is a man who's not bi, now all of a sudden that's just a preference. There's no biphobia or homophobia in that. Y'all finna piss me the fuck off. And when y'all get to talking about why that's your preference, your argument just gets so much weaker. Talking about I just don't want him to cheat on me, or I don't want to get an STD, blah, 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 blah. Straight men do those things too. By the way, I saw one comment talking about if people are going to call out straight women for not wanting to date bisexual men, why aren't we calling out gay men for not dating bisexual women? Sweetie, gay men not dating bi women has nothing to do with the fact that the women are bi. It has everything to do with the fact that they like dick. Honestly, now, this is my personal experience, okay? I'm not saying that this is universal because at the end of the day, it's still a man. And I understand that. But as someone who has dated both bisexual and straight men, bisexual men have been better partners to me in every fucking way. They were better communicators. They were more emotionally intelligent. They actually courted and dated me. They were better in bed. And again, I'm not saying that this is a universal experience. Obviously, at the end of the day, a man is a fucking man. I'm just talking about my personal experience. But y'all keep sleeping on bi men, though. Me?
No disproportionate discrimination against bisexual women on the dating pool as it relates to men's preference. Matter of fact, Hill, a lot of men maybe prefer and don't mind a girl being a little bisexual because in their mind, it's the merrier, baby. All right. So it was really, really, really refreshing to see the advocacy and to see the clarity and the joy, okay, of a Black woman who can talk about bisexual men without there being a sense of stank on it, okay? Because damn near every conversation where bisexual men have come up, girl, bisexual men have been given that business and they have been assigned the unfortunate blame of peddling HIV and AIDS into the community, etc. Da 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 da. Bisexual men have become equivalent to down low men. Those are two different individuals. Bisexual man and a down low man. A down low man specifically masters in the art of not disclosing his orientation and sexual proclivities. That is not synonymous with someone's orientation. And so black men, not even black men, bisexual men have just taken on a very negative connotation. Obviously, America being super male centered and patriarchal also helps to push the slander and distortion of bisexual men, because the idea of a man being with another man, a man making another man quote unquote submit, or another man submitting sexually, emotionally to another man, is incongruent with the way that maleness is defined in this country. Men are defined to be strong, domineering, protective. And so this idea of a man having a capacity to be soft, to be emotional, and to also do the bending is a conflict of interest in the way that men are defined within this patriarchal ass system, which is why most people will prefer their sons to grow up to be godless heathens and thugs, selling dime bags and shooting up the local club and doing 10 to 5 for homicide and murder, and wouldn't even have no problem with them being rapists and sometimes even PDF files over being a flaming homosexual. And those have literally been conversations on social media where both black men and black women, and I'm going to be talking about the black community in this conversation, who have literally been asked, would you prefer your son to be a thug over being a homosexual or a transgender? And there was an overwhelming amount of feedback saying that most people would prefer their son to be a thug if it meant him remaining heterosexual and cisgendered and masculine. My God, today, that's how much equity is on masculinity. That even if you had the option to choose a law-abiding, tax-paying, intelligent, educated, harmless, loving, heroic homosexual man, you would instead choose somebody who's destructive, egotistical, a womanizer, of low emotional intelligence, over a functional, healthy, feminine gay man, all because of the imaginary concept of masculinity. And this is an idea and a socialization that is not only seeped deep within women, it's also seeped deep within the queer community as well, which is why there's a high preference within both the women's community and the same gender loving's community for masculine men. Gay men participate in that same internalized homophobia and misogyny by wanting a thug and assigning masculinity and sexual desire and desirability to masculinity. Gay men constantly say things like, girl, I'm not letting no sugary ass man, no sweet ass man, no twerking ass man climb my back. What we gonna do? Bump purses? What we gonna do? Bump coochies? Because when it comes to the conversation around the way that the propaganda of masculinity has really shaped and informed people within this Western system, that shit has blanketed across all communities, not just the Black community, not just Black woman's community, but of the LGBT community itself, particularly the Black LGBT community. Now, what we need to pivot to is some of the things that Nene said. She said that one of the biggest clapbacks that women state about why they don't date and preference bisexual men is because of, one, the fear of infidelity, which I find to be completely absurd and ridiculous, because there's literally no scientific proof that any one person of any particular orientation is more of a perpetual cheater than the other. And you would think within this era of Love and Hip Hop and of Real Housewives of Atlanta and all of these shows and baby mama culture, the divorce rates within the country, that infidelity is something that is just as heavy amongst people who identify as heterosexuals than anybody else. As if women are not coming home every day finding their man in bed with another woman, even if sometimes that woman is their own mama, even if sometimes that woman is their own sister, even if sometimes that woman is their own best friend. The fact that women are literally sharing the same baby daddy with their ex-best friends, etc., as if women don't have entire websites up right now dedicated to exposing cheating ass heterosexual men. Because infidelity is that prevalent amongst heterosexual identifying as people. And yet somehow there is a disproportionate, exaggerative fear and unfounded notion assigned to bisexual men being equivalent to men who can't be faithful. My God. Today. So it's not a viable excuse because it's not rooted in any truth, and you're more likely to be cheated on and to be gaslit and to be deceived by a heterosexual man than you are a loud and proud bisexual man. Secondly, the second biggest excuse, and I've heard it here on this platform because, you know, we have had these conversations over the past 3, 4, 5 years, had whole panel discussions, whole TED Talks, whole Jubilee damn debates. And what does consistently come up as an excuse to not date bisexual men is, well, it's a health preference. Yikes. You know, I've heard women say this over the years, and oh, it's been so painful. It's such an ugly discrimination that's not only false, but my God, it is so ugly on top of not being true that without proof, without scientific founding, without any data or statistics, to just make HIV and bisexuality, and not even bisexual men, but bisexual women, but assign HIV specifically, automatically, right off the rip to bisexual men, to make bisexual men synonymous with not only infidelity, but make them synonymous to carriers of HIV. My God, today. And then they made an incredible counter argument to that all of a sudden women become very okay with dating preferences when it comes to counting bisexual men out as a viable dating option. But we're also, and I'm saying this, we're the same group who completely were up in arms and damn near caused a insurrection in this country during the life of Kevin Samuels. We're calling for Kevin Samuels to die, calling for his beheading, and y'all got it because he's not here anymore. Okay, so shout out to all of the divine black feminine magic, okay, that manifested that. But this was the same community that all of a sudden didn't accept preferences as simply preferences, weren't okay with preferences when they found themselves on the receiving end of being counted out due to maybe being a woman who is coming into the dating scene with children already. Kevin Samuel says, no successful, healthy, six-figure man is going to preference a woman who's already a baby mama. Very much so upset. Woman's community. Kevin Samuel said and had beauty standards also for the woman who expected to find her a successful and wealthy partner, and said that she practically has to be a beauty queen and a bad bitch, because if she's average at best, she might as well get her ass on Tinder and plenty of fish. She will not be scooping and duping a six-figure man, okay? Because when you are a man with means and a man with wealth, why would you shop from the discount rack? My God, today, oh, baby, women were up in motherfucking arms. How fucking dare you, Kevin Samuels? How dare you push fat phobia? How dare you discriminate against women with children as if they hold no value just because they already have children or they are a divorcee? How dare you discriminate and openly push prejudice toward women of a certain age who you're saying, hey, if you're 35 and with child, you might as well count yourself out, because in the words of Kevin Samuels, you are already considered tarnished goods. Oh my God, today, when Kevin Samuels doubled down on all the things, on all the dating preferences of successful men, women couldn't keep that same respect on it and say, you know what? Well, the hell, that's their standard. Everybody get to have a preference. It's just my preference. What's the harm? But it was harmful when women were being prejudiced for one reason or another. Skin tone, economics, education, body mass index, being with child, being a divorcee, being dark-skinned. The list went on, the list went on, the list went on, the list went on, and there was no value, particularly from Black women's community at large, that was able to put respect on that shit. It was ugly. It was hateful. It was anti-human. It was dehumanizing as fuck, and also not rooted in any legit data. There's no data to support that a single mom of two, a single mom of one would make for a less viable, functional, healthy partner than any other woman, than any other single childless woman. There's no data to support that a chubby woman, a obese woman would be any more incapable of being a viable partner to her man than a size 2, athletically built, fit and curvy, socially acceptable woman. Just like all of the fear-mongering underneath this idea that bisexual men are whores, cheaters, and perpetual HIV carriers is unfounded. But when it came time to be on the receiving end of those preferences, there was no respect put on it. You know, and that's always the double standard in the room of all communities, is it'd be the audacity for me. And y'all know that we love having a good conversation about audacity, baby. My God, today. Because that pendulum, baby, is always going to swing from left to right. But let's get back to this conversation around HIV and bisexuality and making bisexual men synonymous to down low men who are secretly infecting women's community with HIV and AIDS. What would happen if Black men were to reverse uno that? If heterosexual Black men were to reverse uno that on Black women? Because Black women experience a disproportionate burden of HIV, accounting for roughly half of all new HIV diagnoses amongst women in the United States, despite making up a small fraction of the female population. Rather than individual behavior, this disparity is driven by systemic factors, including socioeconomic barriers, unequal access to healthcare, and regional health inequities. Black women account for approximately 50 to 54% of new HIV infections amongst women nationwide. Black women are roughly 10 to 12 times more likely to be diagnosed with HIV than Saltine women. Over 90% of new HIV infections amongst Black women are attributed to heterosexual contact. The U.S. South bears the largest percentage of these new diagnoses. They say the HIV stats of Atlanta are that of a third world country, my God, today. So with Black women being the leading carriers of HIV amongst women's community, that Black women have the highest HIV rates amongst women's community. What if Black men, heterosexual Black men, were to reverse uno and say, we're not going to date Black women because they carry HIV and AIDS? You're likely to become positive, hooking up, engaging in sensual, actual contact with Black women. Because it's interesting that women speak about bisexual men in this way, not realizing that, baby, the numbers look the very same in their own community. So this is a 0 timing 0 equation. It's just that the Black community oftentimes is so out of touch with data around sexual health, STIs, STDs, that the community runs with these myths about the LGBT community, or these truths to some degree about the LGBT community, these myths about bisexual men, when the reality is that both Black women's community is in the same shape that the same gender-loving community is in. That Black women are actually the gay men of the women's community as a whole. My God, today. So just like women have decided that not preferencing bisexual men is about sexual health, what if men, particularly heterosexual men, were to turn around, and heterosexual men of any and all races were to turn around and say, we're not going to date Black women because they're the more diseased of women. We're protecting our health as men by abstaining from preferencing Black women sexually and romantically. No, I'm not saying that there are men who are not. I'm saying that that's largely something men don't say. When you go to the manosphere sector, when you go to the red pill sector, this is not a notion that's heavily and generally perpetuated by men. Not by men. There are not, of course, there are some men who do everything. There are some women who do everything. We ain't talking about minority. We're talking about general narratives that get assigned. And it is not yet an equivalent of men using the HIV statistics amongst Black women as an excuse to not preference women, the way that there is a well-perpetuated narrative and excuse out of women's community disqualifying bisexual men in dating preferences because of this idea that they are infecting and carrying HIV. We're not talking about the little anecdotal ass raggedy nigga on the internet who has said that. We're talking about general narratives, cultural narratives, long-standing narratives that are pushed and perpetuated from generation to generation. That's still not something largely that Black men lead with. Black men will lead more with Black women are masculine, Black women think they niggas, Black women's attitude, Black women are ghetto, Black women are unruly, Black women are not submissive. That's their talking points. But there's enough actual data to actually flip the reverse Uno on the HIV stigma on Black women, as Black women often are quick to do when it comes to bisexual men and why they won't date them. What if every other race, especially in this era where Black women sick of dating niggas, they don't mind them a vanilla king and are looking to date outside of their own race? And what if men of all races, including Black men and non-Black men, were to use the HIV statistics amongst Black women's community as an excuse? Oh, baby, just thinking of it as a hypothetical just feels so atrocious. Could you imagine that as a conversation and as a fear-mongering tool, not only to dehumanize people carrying HIV, but to disqualify an entire community of people? And in this case, it would be because of actual data, but to use and weaponize that data in a very shallow and superficial way as an excuse for why you won't date a certain person and people. But it's not like Black men can talk either, because while women are the leading carriers of HIV amongst women's community and all other ethnicities of women, Black men are the highest carriers of HIV in general. Women, men, and of all races. Black men in the United States face the highest rate of new HIV diagnosis of any racial or ethnic group and gender, with a rate of 65.0 to 66.3 per 100,000 people. Key data points from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention show that 1 in 16 Black men, will be diagnosed with HIV in their lifetime, and roughly 1 in 3 Black and gay bisexual men face a lifetime risk. Black men have an infection rate roughly 7.6 to 8 times higher than Saltine men. Estimates project that 1 in 16 Black men overall and 1 in 3 Black men who have sex with men will contract HIV during their lifetime. According to data compiled by the KFF, Black people make up about 12 to 13% of the U.S. population, but account for around 33 to 40% of all new HIV diagnoses. And this is what's so unfortunate about the way the HIV conversation happens amongst the Black community. Is because, my God, it does a fucking disservice to the fact that we don't have a down low issue as it relates to HIV. We don't have a LGBT and a gay issue as it relates to motherfucking HIV. That HIV officially is a community issue that has transcended orientation. And to still be sitting in 2020 motherfucking six, centering conversations around HIV as if this is a gay disease or a down low disease or a bisexual disease, when both Black men and Black women, irregardless of orientation, are now all out being victimized. And we have a full-on epidemic amongst our community. And one of the ill things contributing is not the only contributor, but one of the contributors to why HIV is still a growing epidemic and growing in rate amongst the Black community is because we participate in antiquated mythological falsehoods about HIV and still think of them as something that centers same gender loving and same sex attracted men. And then because of the stigmatizing of HIV and HIV people, it leads to fear mongering that then results in people not being interested in going to get tested because people can't intellectually and mentally conceive of accepting themselves as HIV positive people. And so it's better to not know at all than to go and get tested. You know how many Black women and Black men, both straight and gay, over the last 20 years of my life who I have had to listen to not want to get tested because they honestly believe that it's better to not know than it is to know. That they find more equity in not knowing, even if they may in fact be potentially dying and HIV may be in their system and evolving into AIDS because it's going untreated, and find more equity and a peace of mind in denial than in being able to bring themselves to go get tested and face off with an HIV diagnosis and deal with what that means for their lives, for their dating lives, for their love lives, for their health. The ignorance around sexual health in the Black community is so out of control and outlandish that you literally have Black men who also believe that safe sex is a woman's fucking responsibility. That is fucking disgusting and so negligent and irresponsible that if a woman doesn't push for condoms, then you're not either. Because safe sex and responsible intimacy is, quote unquote, a woman's responsibility, not a man. That there's such an ignorance around sexual responsibility and everybody holding themselves responsible for sexual health and responsible sexual maneuvering that you have people who believe that, well, if you not wanting to wear a condom, it means that you don't got nothing. So I don't even have to bother asking if you have any STIs, STDs. When were you last tested? I don't even have to bother asking for any paperwork or any verification. The fact that you are okay with having raw SCX must mean that you're not carrying anything, my God, today. Do you that the ignorance around sexual health and the lack of sexual responsibility is so outlandish in our community, in the Black community, that you have this twisted mentality of people who possibly are carrying STIs, STDs, HIV, who will interpret you not wearing a condom and not being interested in wearing a condom as you possibly also having an STI too. So if you're not seeking any information from me and you're willing to engage in raw SCX, then it must mean that, oh, you're positive too. And then in the inverse of that, you have people who have the same mentality who are not carrying any STI, STD, HIV, who assume that because the other person is not seeking verification and is not interested in using a condom, that, oh, you must not have anything. You see how dangerous that mentality is? Basing who has what on optics and whether a person volunteers that information or not, simply basing that upon whether a person will use or not use a condom means that they either do or don't have something. This is why the epidemic is out of fucking control. And the fact that we're still centering this conversation around assumptions and stereotypes and assigning things to orientation is outlandish. But getting back to this data, which what's so funny and hypocritical, getting back to the whole having a prejudice against bisexual men in dating because they're assumed to be liars, cheaters, and carriers of sexually transmittable diseases, is that if that's really something that Black women really meant and really wanted to make a reality, then they equally would not be dating nor co-creating nor having SCX with Black men either, with heterosexual Black men either, considering that Black men in the US face the highest rate. So it's interesting that this HIV stigma gets pedestalized to disqualify dating bisexual men. But according to the data, baby, if you are actually engaging with Black men, even heterosexual Black men, you run high risk. Because Black men as a whole are the leading carriers of HIV across all demographics. Men and women alike. So there's a deep hypocrisy in us. When you think that you are protecting your sexual health by staying away from men who date men and men who sleep with men also, and that you're in the clear because you don't date bisexual men, baby, you're telling yourself a glamorized ass lie that at best only serves as a placebo effect, but it's not rooted in any reality, and you are absolutely still in danger. If you are sexually engaging in reckless and irresponsible ways with even heterosexual Black men. My God. But let's further get into this stigma, if you will. Facts versus the bisexual bridge myth. Statistical reality. Research demonstrates that the proportion of Black women who contract HIV through partners who have sex with both men and women is low, disproving the idea of a massive bisexual bridge driving the epidemic. Secretly, non-disclosing behavior occurs across all racial and ethnic groups, meaning the myth unfairly singles out Black communities and demonizes Black men. So for one, there's no data to support bisexual men pushing HIV into women's community. Completely unfounded. And on top of that, by upholding that myth anyway, singles out Black men in a way that deflects from the facts that non-disclosing behavior occurs across all racial and ethnic demographics, including the covert, reckless sexual behavior of women themselves, who cheat, who participate in casual sex, etc., who also are secretly DL and down low. So on top of it being an unfounded myth, it also accomplishes stigmatizing Black men about an issue that's an issue across all groups. Data indicates that a woman is just as likely to encounter an HIV-positive male partner who acquired the virus through heterosexual contact or injection drug use as she is from a partner who has sex with men, right? Because there's a HIV issue as a whole amongst male community. And obviously, same-gender loving men make up a very small percentage of the population. So, of course, this would be more of a general issue than it is a issue specific. My God, today. But it doesn't end there. Poverty, lower access to quality healthcare, housing instability, and higher rates of untreated, actually transmitted infections heavily impact HIV prevalence. In communities with high baseline rates of HIV, individuals are statistically more vulnerable to exposure, even within standard heterosexual networks. Disparities in rollout and access to modern preventative tools like pre-exposure, aka also known as PrEP, contribute heavily to ongoing risks, because PrEP is not a HIV preventive drug for gay people, but for all people who are interested in maintaining their sexual wits about themselves in a world where HIV is a community epidemic, not an LGBT disease. I found this here interesting. Black men who have sex with men and women, but who do not identify as gay or disclose their bisexual activities to main female partners, also known as men on the down low, have been cited, check this out, as the main reason for the increase in HIV infections in Black women. 3 online databases, as listed here, were searched for scientific articles related, keyword scientific articles, related to men on the down low. A total of 24 articles and 2 conference abstracts were selected for review. Results: data from existing studies of men who sleep with men reveal low agreement between professed sexual identity and corresponding sexual behavior amongst Black and other men who sleep with men. Show that Black men who sleep with men are more likely than men who sleep with men in general of other racial or ethnic groups to be bisexually active or identified, and compared with saltine men who sleep with men are less likely to disclose their bisexual or homosexual activities to others. However, Black men who sleep with men who do not disclose their homosexual or bisexual activities engage in a lower prevalence of HIV risk than Black men who sleep with men who do disclose. So scientific research has shown that Black men are more likely to conceal their bisexuality due to, as we can see, all of the cultural homophobia that keeps Black men from feeling safe enough within their communities to identify as trans attracted, as pan, as bi, etc. That Black men, out of all other races of men, are likely to be more secretive or not disclose. However, there's no correlation within the same scientific research between Black men who don't disclose their pan or bisexuality having higher HIV rates. And what scientific research actually found, interesting and unique enough, is that Black men who are open, well, ain't even say Black, men who are open about their bisexuality and pan, etc., are actually more likely to be carriers of HIV than a down low Black man is. Now, at first when I read this, I said, oh my God, I was not expecting that, bitch. What? But then when I thought about it, I'm like, oh, this makes perfect sense. Because there is nobody who's more secretive and who don't want to be found out than a down low ass brother. And because a down low brother's mission statement, bitch, is to have passing privilege and to be completely unclockable, of course, his sexual engagement, especially with members of the same sex, are going to be dealt with heavy responsibility and intentionality, because they don't need anything that connects 1 and 2 together equaling 3, aka disclosure and exposure. It makes perfect sense why down low men are the least carriers of HIV versus men who openly disclose their orientation, openly disclose their bisexual proclivity, because those men are just casually moving through life like everybody else, participating in casual hookups, relationships. There's less incentive to maybe be as intentional as a down low brother who don't want to fucking be clocked, who's making sure, baby, that his pullout game strong, making sure, baby, that the condom game is strong, that the secret taking the prep life is strong, because he has everything to lose by having his T clocked. So he's operating not only in extreme concealment and indiscretion and self-preservation, because the motivation and inspiration is not to do anything that's going to get me clocked. And coming home with motherfucking HIV is a sure way to get my wife, my fiance, my girl to get to scratching her motherfucking head, and has high potential to lead to the exposure of my outside behavior, my secret behavior. And then when I thought about my own relationship to trade and down low men, you know, because most gay men have had some dealings with down low men, especially very early on in, you know, finally having access to the dating scene, finally having access to other men. And in my early 20s, when I had my fair share of trade, baby, trade was very intentional about condom use. I'm already a very meticulous person about my health as well. So me and trade on the same page about condom use. And if a condom broke during intercourse, that was it. If we didn't have another condom to use, that was it. That was all, baby. I guess I'll see you next lifetime. If something was starting to get started in the heat of the moment and we weren't necessarily prepared to be having engagement, and there was no condom in sight, baby, there was no activity. And I remember in my own dealings with trade, kind of how surprised I was at how strict trade also was about condom usage. Because you would think that, you know, because of the stigma of being on the down low and all of that, and down low men being connected to recklessness and absurd behavior and filth and you know, just being irresponsible and reckless in that way. I remember thinking to myself, how surprised I was at how strict of a game trade ran as it related to condom usage. Trade typically always had a condom. Always had a condom. Definitely always was going to use a condom. And I don't need nobody in the comment section talking about my trade never won. I'm not talking about your single anecdotal ass experience. I'm talking about generalizing here. There's always an exception to damn rules in every type of conversation. Your anecdotal has nothing to do with general truth and general facts. Exceptions will always exist. Just follow me here. And I will always be surprised by that. Because to this article's point about how men who have accepted themselves and are very open, either, you know, about their orientation as gay men or bisexual men, are more likely to contract than someone who is operating under deep discretion, is, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because a lot of the gay boys were more willing to have that raw sex than I ever found trade and quote unquote the down low to be interested in having. Because once again, in the down low man's mind, he's connecting contracting HIV to being found out. So in his mind, there's an extra incentive to not contract. Now, they may be willing to contract some other shit, a gonorrhea, syphilis, but HIV, baby, oh. When it comes to that full-on intercourse, when it comes to penetrative sex, oh, baby, condoms are typically and generally going up. So I want to read that one more time, you know, because this is an informative discussion here. Data from existing studies of men who sleep with men reveal low engagement between professed sexual identity and corresponding sexual behavior amongst Black and other men who sleep with men, show that Black men who sleep with men are more likely than men who sleep with men of other racial or ethnic groups to be bisexually active or identified, and compared with Saltine, men who sleep with men are less likely to disclose their bisexual or same-sex activities to others. However, though, contrary though, Black men who sleep with men who do not disclose their homosexual or bisexual activities engage in a lower prevalence of HIV risk than Black men who do disclose, and Black men who are currently bisexually active account for a very small proportion of the overall population of Black men, 2%. So this myth that down low men are responsible for the HIV rates, it's just not true. Bisexual men being synonymous with HIV is not true in the way that women's community makes that true. And that down low men actually, aka bisexual men, pansexual men, trans-attracted men who don't disclose their orientation are actually less likely to be bringing and carrying STIs, STDs, and HIV. That men who are open are more inclined and have a higher risk of contracting than men who don't disclose. Those are the facts. And I know there are lots of people who don't like these type of teachings. They don't like the facts. Fear-mongering serves them better, serves them more. But it's time to get educated. It's time for the Black community as a whole to do better. HIV is not a down low issue. It's not a bisexual issue. It's not an LGBT issue. It's an issue in general. And it is certainly an issue amongst the Black community as a whole. Black women are the leading carriers of HIV amongst all other ethnic groups of women. And Black men are the overall carriers of HIV out of all demographics of goddamn people. So this idea of singling out a particular group, a particular orientation, a particular behavior, etc., is antiquated. You are ignorant as hell. You suffer from low IQ, and you ultimately need to shut the fuck up. So shout out to Miss Nene, baby. Do the Nene. Who said, baby, I'm doing me, baby. Okay, y'all can go do what y'all gotta do. I'm finding my man. Okay, even if he also likes other men, baby. I'm finding my man. All right, let's move it along. I want to get into this discussion. Gay Magazine posted this TikTok, I guess, from this individual. Do you believe in gender roles within the gay lesbian relationship? Let's check out what this young man had to say.
Relationships, like, hello, I'm douching out for you. The least you can do is be a gentleman for me. Yeah. Yes, I believe in gender roles in relationships. Like, hello, I'm douching out for you. The least you can do is be a gentleman for me.
Okay, so I assume this is the bottom here, girl. And he said, great, if I'm pumping this pussy out, the least you can do, baby, is give me the princess package. All this maintenance I got to do on this pussy, baby, to keep it whoppy and sanitized and hygienic for daddy. The least you can do, honey, is in return be daddy to a girl. All right, then some people, I guess, responded to this on Twitter. One user says, sorry, I believe in gender roles in gay relationships.
Tweet on Twitter talking about some, I don't care if I'm gay, I'm in a gender affirming, basically, one person got to be the man, one person got to be the girl, okay? One person got to be the man, one person got to be the woman. And I'm just thinking, because I'm married to my husband, and I was there frying the chicken over the stove, right? I'm making pasta, and I'm frying chicken over the stove. And I'm like, okay, I'm the girl. But I don't think I want to be the girl no more because I'm over here cooking for the both of us. Let me show you what he's been doing. Let me show you what he's been doing.
His man, his baby. He got an old next piece of husband.
Okay, now. What's your video recording? No. Or you on live? Okay, stop. But let me go back to the kitchen. Okay, y'all. I seen this tweet on Twitter talking about some. I don't care if I'm gay. I'm in a gender affirming. Basically, one person got to.
Okay, get this person on Twitter. Tay says, I believe in gender roles in gay relationships. I don't care. Provide for and protect the bottom you're fucking. My God, today.
man, one person got to be.
Okay. Another user says, it's stupid. We both men, top, bottom, or verse. Y'all both should have money to pay the bills. I don't understand the gender roles in queer relationships. Another user says the problem is that you're relegating gender roles on to position, and that in and of itself is a problem because it's signifying that being a bottom means you're more feminine. Women aren't expected to pay bills, just give up ass and cook and clean. Sounds familiar. I don't know. Somebody else said everybody worried about gender roles in queer relationships, but nobody got a man. Y'all gonna be asking Casper to wash dishes and take the trash out. My
I'm
God.
not gonna lie, I really love feminine gay guys. Like, they're just so like fragile and petite, and they just want to like get their hair and their nails done, and they want to like look pretty and shit. It's like, yeah, babe, go do you, man. And you know what's really cool is because it's so like rare. It seems from what I've heard that like for a like masculine guy to like fully be supportive of like a feminine guy, like. And I love being that guy that's just like, yeah, baby, go do your thing, man. Get your hair, nails, get it all done. Like, put your makeup on, like, look sexy and shit. Like, I love being that guy. Like, they just want to be protected, and I'll be your protector, baby. I don't mind. I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
Oh, look at him, baby. He ready to be a strong man for a weaker damn vessel. My God, today, baby. Okay, a top who looking for his damsel bottom in distress. I know that's right. All right, so, you know, this conversation, too, is not a new topic to the platform, Cha. You know, we used to wear these type of topics out. We ain't talk about this kind of stuff in a long time. And these conversations are practically, I guess, still relevant, which is why people are still asking these type of questions in 2026. So 2 things here. Gender roles. I personally feel that gender roles are goofy and stupid and are impractical in both the queer and hetero community. I do understand initially why gender roles were employed, even when we had a hunter and gatherers type of social system where men would go out and hunt for the food, women would prepare that food, and or because they carried life would be at home being sheltered and protected so that she could successfully conceive and deliver. And then because of patriarchal systems only putting power and resource in men and being given to men, it left women in a lot of patriarchal nations at a deficit because oftentimes women had no rights. And women had no means to resource unless it was through marriage and alignment intimately to men. Prime example is even back in Jesus's day, cattle had more value than women did. Okay, which is why women have had to fight for their right to vote. They've had to fight for their right for employment. They are still having to fight for even financial equity as it relates to the pay disparity issue within the system. So even all the way up to like our grandparents' era, you know, I understand why gender roles were practiced because the ideal was men were the only ones who for a long time could actually access wealth. Women could only access wealth vicariously through lineage and through marriage. So women oftentimes for safety and for, you know, future had to marry. And then because men were the ones bringing the bacon home to mama, mama ass had to have things to do and things to bring to the table and things to keep her occupied. And that typically was the domestic chores, the cooking, the cleaning, the giving birth to the family, creating the family, etc., ironing papa's clothes, etc., and taking care of the fortress. the fortress that the man is financing. But things have dramatically changed within this culture. In some ways, things may actually be returning back, unfortunately, because of the financial and economic predicament that the country is in right now, that most people are banding together and staying in miserable relationships because it's cheaper to keep her or him to go half on them bills. I got a friend right now who's only with his man because the cost of living is affordable. As a man who's in a relationship versus as a single man. Okay, that the finances, you know, is the first rule of thumb and attractive point of a damn relationship. You know, people are moving back in with their parents because nobody can afford anything anymore because of the state of the economy. And thanks to these Ku Klux Klansmen who are gatekeeping and running the goddamn system. But, you know, before yesterday, things were looking extremely liberated on women's side. You know, women, particularly Black women, you know, are the most educated amongst the Black community, the most degreed. I think that Black women also make up the higher entrepreneur scale compared to Black men as well. And Black women have a lot more social equity within the system and are now able to have legacy in non-traditional ways. Because for a long time, a woman only had legacy by being married and having children. Now women can own their own businesses, be CEOs. Their legacy can be in their art. Their legacy could be in their business, in their philanthropy, in their humanitarian aid. You know, that the prospects of what legacy can actually look like for women is far more broad and encompassing now than it ever has been within this American system. So that has changed dating dynamics accordingly. And men seemingly have become extremely distressed as a result of women now not needing a man for financial resource, even if she still prefers a man. But now it's a choice. It's not that this is a defaulted position women are in now due to extreme sexism. So men have also lost a bit of their identity and don't know what to do now that women can be the table and women can provide for themselves and women can do for themselves once upon a time only a man could do for a woman. There's now a difference, a major difference between the capability, capacity, competence, and independence of a modern day woman versus grandma and her options and viability and competence and independence. So now all of society is having to revisit, okay, now that things have dramatically changed, what the fuck do gender roles mean now? Because women are now also going out and getting the bread. Women out there on their boss babe shit and are hustling. So now, what do this look like between men and women? And certainly that trickles down into, well, what the fuck does this look like for members of the same sex who are navigating relationships when the only reference for relationship dynamics for queer people oftentimes have been heterosexual people, because those were the relationships that were oftentimes modeled to us. Even still now, with all of the quote unquote representation of queer people and queer relationships in the world, most people are still heterosexual and queer people are still being born and brought into the world by heterosexual people who make up the larger demographic of people. So heteronormativity still becomes a real thing. And oftentimes queer people find themselves mimicking heteronormativity in same gender loving relationships. But I think gender roles at this point in modern day America are completely impractical and really don't work for either party, heterosexuals or homosexuals. Now, with that being said, here's my thing. I don't find an issue with gender roles in and of themselves, because the bigger issue with the gender roles of the past is that it was forced due to social taboos and cultural norms around women staying in a quote-unquote place, being considered the inferior gender, and oftentimes having to be under the leadership and control and mandate of a man. And I didn't like the fact that gender roles oftentimes were about more so power than it was about practicality. So I don't have an issue with gender roles in and of themselves if gender roles are being delegated to where parties fit in into their relationship. If you have a partner who has a stay-at-home job, it'll be easier for them to pick up the kids, etc. Maybe for them to do some domestic choring around the house versus the partner who has an on the field job and a boots to the ground job. It makes sense. If there's a practical reason for the role everybody is playing, that's healthy rolling. And I would even say, even beyond gender rolling, that we can get rid of the word gender, that roles should be assigned based upon practicality. If roles are being assigned based upon establishing hierarchy and power dynamics and who's considered more important, well, I make the money, so I make the motherfucking rules. And because you only provide domestic equity to the relationship, you're considered the lesser partner. And because I make the money and I keep the lights on and my money is sponsoring the vacations, rent, mortgage, insurances, clothes, whatever it is, all the amenities, all the things, if roles are being assigned from a place of ego, that is toxic, that is abusive, and that's the actual issue. I don't have an issue outside of roles being hierarchy for the sake of power. If roles are being assigned for practical purposes, it just makes motherfucking sense for you to be doing this and for them to be doing that, regardless of what the fuck the gender is. If the man is the person in a relationship who only has a high school diploma, but the woman is successful and can earn high, if it makes sense for that couple to then assign the domestic chores to the man, because we can really eliminate daycare and childcare because, maybe you got a few felonies, you got some things on your record that prohibit you from being a high earner in this society. Maybe for upbringing reasons, you weren't able to even finish high school because you had to start work early and help your mom to care for your siblings, whatever it was that's contributed to the man's predicament and why he's not earning at the same rate as the woman. If they wanted to have a conversation as a couple and say, hey, I got my business degree, I got my master's, etc., girl, I'm earning 6, 7, 8 motherfucking figures. It's easier for you to just be home, take care of the kids, etc. We can eliminate childcare by you fulfilling that role. And there are modern day heterosexual relationships where the woman is the breadwinner and the man is home taking care of the kids and taking care of the household. And that works for them. It's about practicality, because relationships ultimately are about partnership, not power. Partnership. That's really what people are coming together to accomplish, is partnership. Choosing somebody that you can work with in life, where you both can contribute to a shared dream, an agenda, and work mutually together in the fulfillment of whatever that goal is for the partnership. It's not about one partner in and of themselves, because of their gender, being forced to be an expert or to major in a particular way of living and moving and doing, and vice versa. It's about practicality. Men can be just as nurturing, intuitive, and very good at domestic responsibilities. Particularly, gay men are very good at domestic responsibilities. That's why you oftentimes see gay men in similar fields to women: childcare, education, personal assistant, landscaping, chefs, cleaning. Because these qualities are not inherent to gender. We are really under the false belief that like women are inherently better at this and men are inherently better than that. And those things are also scientifically unfounded as well. What you are good at is oftentimes based upon what skills you have developed, not based upon your gender. Just like there are women who are just as good with computers and tech, who can also are good at mechanic work and DIY work around the house, who can build their ass a whole goddamn room, who can renovate a whole goddamn space, who can change a tire, who can change their oil and their transmission. That these are not qualities that are quote unquote natural. We are socialized a certain way as men and women in the system, and certain qualities and characteristics are then more prevalent in one gender over the other, but that has nothing to do with nature. It has to do with nurture. So I don't believe in roles being birthed out of a power and hierarchy. I don't give a fuck who makes the money and who does the domestic chores. That in no way should set things up to put any one partner under the belief that they are more important than the other, or that they hold more value than the other. And it's really hard to believe that people actually participate in relationships okay with this idea that, you know, I'm either prepared to be the lesser valuable person, or I'm going in attempting to be the more valuable partner in the relationship, when the goal should be to find competency in your partnering with anybody. For instance, I'm always the breadwinner in my relationships, but that has never kept me from not making sure that my partner knows that we make decisions together. Just because I'm the breadwinner in the relationship, I don't decide that I don't have to consult with him. I don't decide that I don't have to get his creative input or his direction, because he's my partner. And the finances belong to the both of us, even if I'm the one earning them. But if we live under a shared roof, we have children, we have shared responsibilities, my attitude is not going to be, this is my money, therefore my rules. This is our money, and we make decisions about what's best for our economy as a couple, regardless of who plays, quote unquote, what motherfucking role. But then on the contrary, there's people who are completely okay with the fact that, well, my man makes the money and I do as he says. I follow the leader. There are men who believe, or women who believe that because they are the high earners, or women who believe that because they bear the child, that it's their child. Anything that involves another person should be met with the mentality of we, us. And you should want to find somebody that you can we with, not someone that you can you with. It's too many you as people who are in we as situations, and then we're wondering why relationships are so complicated and dating is so complicated and divorce rates have, been so crazy in this country over the last 10, 15 fucking years. It's too many I people in a us situation. And as the scriptures say, baby, you can't serve two motherfucking masters. Well, actually, scrap that. I just used that out of context. Scrap that as an example. Yeah, but you can't serve you in a us situation. Relationships are going to work better and have more and bring more practical value to your life when you're looking for someone to partner with, not someone to raise, not someone to control, not someone to be your indentured servant and your slave, but somebody who you respect, somebody who you want to sit down at the table with and figure things out together with, figure out our lives, figure out our bills together, figure out how to accomplish our goals in the most effective and expeditious way possible, how to effectively get from point A to point B, from point B to point C to point C to point D, from point D to point E, from point E to point F. What's the point of signing up for a relationship and you already under the belief that you're the smartest motherfucking crayon in the book? Bitch, you need to be single. If you already know it all and you already got it all, exactly what the fuck you need me for? If you want power, count me out. You want partnership, count me in. So as long as people are utilizing roles for practical purposes and sensible purposes, and those roles are not being allocated due to antiquated belief systems like patriarchal and sexist belief systems, which are all about power and control, then you're fine. Even if you are in a relationship where there are very clearly defined roles, that's cool and that can work. And when you're healthy enough to assign roles out of practicality, it means that if those roles need to be reevaluated and need to be swapped out, that can happen without disruption, because nobody's identity is also being connected to the role that they're playing right now. Because circumstances in life may cause for us to have to rotate and move around things, to swing in and out of things. And we need to have a versatility and a versatility to our mentality that allow for us to always adapt in the most sensible, practical way to whatever circumstances we may find ourselves in a partnership. But when you have locked in roles and people's identities are connected to the roles they play, that's when you get a lot of hardship in a relationship. That's when you get a lot of trouble in paradise, when that man can't earn because something has happened to his career or something has happened to his health. And now he has to take a dramatic pay cut because he can't do what he was doing at the level he was doing it at. And now the lifestyle changes. But you in a relationship under the belief that, well, I'm here to be taken care of. And even though you are competent enough to also add and contribute to the economy of the household, you won't do that because in your mind, because of my gender, etc., I feel like these are things that I shouldn't have to do, not even for a time, yet alone at all. These are things that are going to be an issue. A man in a relationship who believes that it's his job to provide materially exclusively, but then your woman is at home getting burnt out and feels empty and unfulfilled because she's not just satisfied anymore of just being your personal maid. She wants to have a sense of contribution to the outward world too. She wants to have an extension to her legacy and have some autonomy and something to speak for as an individual about her time here on this earth. Are you not going to let her fucking have that? Because in your mind, her job is to stand behind you. Her job is, and her legacy and fulfillment and joy should solely be in being a wife to you and a mother to y'all's children. These are the type that these whole clinging to these roles in these ways for the sake of power and or for the sake of also connecting people's identity to the roles they play really shortchanges relationships. It keeps people from being emotionally available to each other. It keeps people from humanizing each other and seeing the humanity in each other and working together to always attempt to meet each other in the middle. So many relationships have fallen apart due to the fact we have grown apart. And what's tragic about the whole we grew apart concept is that a lot of times growing apart was actually preventative. Growing apart wasn't actually some inevitable, end of the road. We grew apart because we stopped humanizing each other and stopped wanting to meet each other in the middle. You wanted to lock me in this way. I wanted to lock you in this way. We no longer were partnering. So because you didn't want to come on this side and I didn't want to come on that side and we didn't want to figure out a compromise in the middle, we inevitably lost our spark and the synergy of the connection fizzled the fuck out and we went our separate ways over a relationship that still had potential and still had a future in it. Had you just not been so fucking rigid in your expectations of each other, had you not been so motherfucking mechanical and black and fucking white and robotic about who y'all could be as people, who y'all could be as partners, being so afraid to deviate outside of what the fuck is familiar, clinging to roles and identities out of fear and a lack of faith and a lack of creativity, out of a lack of compassion for each other. I have seen gender roles and roles in general when they are birthed out of power and birthed out of assigning and connecting people's identity to those roles, destroy full-on relationships, marriages, engagements. And I've sat back and thought to myself like, damn, this shit could have been preventive, and neither one of y'all really want to take responsibility for how hard-headed, stubborn, and ignorant y'all were. You still could have been here 5 years later, celebrating a 10-year anniversary, happy as ever, more in love than ever. Had you recognized the subtle attempt to have power and to establish identity based upon familiarity, based upon cultural norms, so willing to stick to the script that you were willing to let it cost you your soulmate, out of trying to hold on to your idea of what's quote unquote fucking normal, and what I will and won't do as a man, and what I will and won't do as a motherfucking woman. So don't have no problem with roles as long as they're not being created to make an identity out of either partner, and when they're not being birthed out of power dynamics. I'm going to drop the link super quick. I've been on live for hours and hours and hours. I want to get back to my kind of short form content. So it's 1:45. I'm going to open up the next 15 minutes. We can close the show out at the 2-hour mark. If anybody want to come up, you got to come up now, and please get straight to the point. If you have anything that you want to say as it relates to gender roles and or to date or not date bisexual men. Those were the two topics we discussed tonight. If you have an opinion, if you have a perspective and attitude and input about dating preferences for bisexual men and or gender roles in relationships, you are more than welcome to hit the link. I'm going to read some comments in the meantime. Red says people will destroy their lives, give up rare and genuine companionship to preserve that ego. Oh, baby, yes, they will. And I mean, it's truly sad. My Ari says sometimes you can grow out of love. That happens, unfortunately. You can. But in my opinion, more times than not, the growing out of each other is something that is preventive and not something that is inevitable and absolute. I'm kind of a relationship guru. I'm in the business of getting all up in people's business, all up in their motherfucking minds, all up in the nooks and crevices of the mechanics of their psychology. And, you know, over my 20 years of being a spiritual advisor and being a light worker and always being put in people's mess and always being looked to as a mind and as a beacon of hope and a hub of information. Yeah. In my autopsies of people's relationships, it's always been evident to me that people's egos and people's lack of self-awareness mostly contributed to this concept of falling out of love more so than it was love itself drying up like a prune or something, you know. Rumors and tea. Hey, boo.
Good morning. Good morning, crew. How are you?
I am fantabulous. I'm enjoying this discussion.
You sound like it.
Yes. So what are your thoughts on the subject of either, you know, bisexual men as a dating preference or gender roles, to gender role or to not gender role?
Well, I'm gonna tie it all together in a bow because, interestingly enough,
and you got some like a little bit of feedback in your mic. Yeah, like when you speak, kind of spikes or statics a little bit.
Is it still doing it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna drop down and come right back.
I'm okay. We're gonna wait for Rooms and T to get back up here, y'all. And I'm gonna drop the link if anybody in the chat has an opinion about dating roles and gay relationships, whether they work or not. And once again, you know, bisexual men as a dating preference or prospect. Hit that link. Because here's what I found out, y'all, about the world. Humans are very unevolved. Most humans really lack a lot of self-awareness. People's understanding of things and themselves generally exists at a very surface level. I have come to find out that people are not deep. People are not layered. People do not have a consistent introspective practice. People oftentimes do not even hardly ever think about where their fucking impulses and where their beliefs even come from. They just literally follow the program and go along to get along. And I think that's so unfortunate that people almost exist in a dreamlike state in their lives and lack a lot of emotional depth and a lot of self-awareness. And of course, whatever you lack or don't lack shows up in every other facet of one's life. It shows up in how you be in friendships, how you be in relationships, shows up in how you perform professionally, shows up in your parenting, shows up in your self-care, that all these things, whatever the depth or lack of depth of yourself is something that shows up in every facet of your life. And most people have never even questioned, you know, the pixels of their own reality. And I find it to be odd, but I have to consider that I'm a Scorpio. And sometimes I have to remind myself that maybe I have a natural proclivity for deep thought and self-evaluation, because as a Scorpio, we are anchored toward the deep. We're anchored toward the unknown. We are attracted to mystery. We like to dismantle or watch and understand how it works from the inside out. We like to do those deep dives and to do, that heavy autopsy on situations. We evaluate, we mold over it, put it together, undo it, redo it, reshape it. And so, maybe I have a natural proclivity, but it's still shocking to me that people just have a very shallow understanding of themselves and of life. And then you wonder why life is all tore up and why these systems globally be looking the way that they look. Arumas, you're back. So let me see what you sound like.
Can you hear me?
All right. It sounds pretty good.
Okay. Yeah. So first, I think women do themselves an injustice by discriminating based upon sexual orientation. The irony is, you want the truth. We say and proclaim that we want honesty. We want honesty, right? And then once you get the honesty, you reject the honesty. The irony of that is that most of us have already been involved with a bisexual man, and because we don't allow them the space to be transparent and honest, they withhold that information, i.e., which is why we have the download culture. When it comes to these gender roles, I learned a long time ago, interestingly enough, what the stigma that comes with dating older men. They like dating younger people so they can control you, right? The majority of the older men that I dated, and even for the ones that I was in long-term relationships with, never pushed gender roles. They never tried to force me in a box. And facts of the matter, they did not subscribe to gender roles, which I thought was very, very interesting considering the generation they came from, was completely established on gender roles. But I was pushed because initially I wanted to be the housewife, quote unquote, stay at home and, handle the house. And that was supported if it was necessary, but it was always pushed into my brain by the men that I dated. I saw the examples through the women in my family, but it was always pushed for me to be able to do all things for myself and not to subscribe to the role of a woman is only supposed to bear a child and cook and clean and things of that nature. I don't even know what that feels like to even be in a relationship with someone that pushes that narrative. Because for me, that feels like control. To limit my ability to have all of the tools I would need to survive in the world independently. Because that's what was always said to me by those men. You never know. I could be here today and I could be gone tomorrow. Don't put yourself in a situation where you can't survive without me. And that rung, like right now, in my present, I know that I'm able to survive because I was never placed in a box to be hindered from learning basic survival skills. I just don't think that it's a smart idea to place yourself in a box because, as you stated, now we all are to evolve. That is the purpose of us being here. One of the purposes for us to evolve as we continue to grow, right? How do you hinder someone from growing? If that is not a sign of control, I don't know what is. Now, we do understand the couplings of life and how, as you were stating with a friend, some people place themselves in a position where they have to, for survival skills, play the part. But if you're not with someone that is going to allow you to evolve, because it could start out that way for some people, but eventually you're going to want to change because you're going to get tired of being at home. That's not everybody's story, but that's a large demographic in statistics. Women wanted to, for those that did have the choice to stay home, because there were women that were forced, they had no choice but to get out here and work, right? But for those that did have a choice, statistically, those women still desired to go out into the workforce, still wanted to be providers, help provide. So the conflict still arose. So if you're not a person that's open-minded anyway, in that sense, for that to be a possibility, then that's a red flag completely to show that this is just about control and not allowing you to have your own space to evolve in a world that is ever evolving. Even though it remains the same, it still evolves. So, red flag alert. And we have to be careful. And knowing that today I might like strawberry ice cream and tomorrow it may be butter pecan, may be my preference. We have to learn to not be so emphatical of one ideology, one focal thought of this is the way it's supposed to be. Because the reality is there's no textbook way, right way or wrong way to act. Well, there is a textbook way to have a bad relationship, but there is no right way and wrong way as a totality on what your relationship standards may be versus what my relationship standards may be or needs may be. It is an ever evolving thing, and that's just the bottom line. It's all about evolving. And if you don't learn to evolve in a functional way, you and your partner, especially for those that are in relationships and take on those jargons, you're stunting your growth. That is unhealthy. And I'm going on mute.
All right, thank you for that. And I want to respond to Pink a Butterfly because I'm just seeing some of these comments as I scroll, and then I'm going to let unapologetically get up in her. Pink Butterfly says, for the most part, I agree, except when it comes to mothers and their children. There's something special about the care of a mother when it comes to her child. And I think she's referring to when I was speaking about how we are socialized into being good at the things that we are good at. more so than there is a innate, inherent reason why. And even this belief that women are inherently better at nurturing a child than a man is not rooted in anything scientific. Like, that's why there are so many women who are bad mothers and have no type of maternal instinct nor maternal connection to their own children, and can do some of the most heinous, god awful, inhumane things to their own child who they birth. So this idea that there is like some type of fundamental universalism that's taking place is just not true. Just like it's not true that a biological parent will love the biological child more than a step parent will. There are millions of instances in which step parents have been more fundamentally sacrificial, committed, loving, emotionally available, and a complete provider unto a child that is not even theirs, that was completely abandoned, thrown away to the system, pushed off to grandma, or who was left to whomever the staying parent was. These are ego boosting fantasies that we just have as people that are not rooted in absolutes the way that we think they're rooted in absolutes, despite the fact that we live in a world that contradicts the beliefs that we peddle every day, because it is just a belief. It does not take you carrying a child to be empathetically connected, just like you have spouses who will die for each other in the same way that siblings may also protect and serve each other and put their lives on the line for each other, because really what we're talking about is the phenomenon of empathy. And empathy is something that any and all people can possess. It's also something that any and all people can lack, is that phenomenon and capacity known as sympathy. So, and also what I said wasn't really about going into all of that. It was just more so about just establishing that I think we would be better off as a society if we collectively did not participate in gender rolling, so that all people could be good at all things that are more than likely going to be a lifestyle practice for people in general. Like, most people are going to seek a relationship. Most people are probably at some point going to have a child unexpectedly or intentionally. Most people are seeking to be married, since there are far more heterosexuals than homosexuals. More men and women are going to have intimate dealings with each other. And so it would seem to me that we should then be raising both boys and girls to both be able to nurture and to self-sustain. And we should be raising these qualities and characteristics to be in both parties, so that it could make for better partnering in life together. Because if you're socializing boys so far away from the socializations given unto girls, then that really explains why the genders cannot understand each other, and oftentimes lack understanding each other, and why women struggle to access emotional availability from males, because of just how the socialization is set up. We raise boys to not be emotionally present, therefore lack in emotional intelligence, and therefore when they get with a woman who has been groomed to develop a relationship to her emotional body and to have a certain level of emotional and mental intimacy with herself, she's going to come up against a motherfucking deficit when that comes up in the friendship, and or comes up in the daughter to dad relationship, or comes up in the girlfriend to boyfriend situation, where both people are going to find themselves at odds, and a man is going to be completely irritated and not know what the fuck his woman or his sister or his daughter is asking for, seeking from, because once again, men will have been socialized to be on Mars, while women would have socialized to be on motherfucking Venus. And these things are, and even though we insist upon gender roles, we don't even be seeing the correlation between the problems that they ultimately lead us to in our social dealings of each other. That's why you have to develop the red pill community and then the pink pill fucking community, the manosphere community and the womansphere community, which is, once again, it's proof of this line of demarcation. And when we see this type of divisiveness and when we see these type of struggles amongst the genders, then, I mean, in my mind at least, it's obvious that we then need to go back to the rooty of the tootie and talk about where this all starts, which is within the gender roles that we collectively participate in as a culture and as a society. And it does not seem that those gender roles in a modern day society are really doing us any good at this point. So I really don't know what we're afraid of in terms of just coming back to the table and rethinking this shit all over. We created gender roles, and we can create anything else in its place. We can create anything alternative. We can snatch it down. You know, we are a people with a mind. We are a people who are scripting and creating our entire culture. So, you know, I'm never afraid to dismantle any system, because we create systems in place of dismantling systems. And if it's time to readapt, to recreate, then that's what it's time to do. There's nothing really to be afraid of. Unapologetic. Are you there, my love?
Hey, sexy Scorpio.
Oh. What's going on?
How y'all doing tonight? Hey, Rumors and Tea. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
You're loud and color.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna get straight to the point. I came at the tail end of this conscious, to be honest with you, so I did not get to, you know, see everything that you talked about. I will watch the replay of this, but I did catch enough to where it caught my ear. I'm like, you know what? I think I'm pretty good to talk about the subject as far as bisexual men, because my ex-fiance was a bisexual man.
Oh God! And did you know that coming into the relationship, or you discovered that afterwards?
Oh yes, we were friends for 8 years, and when I tell you that man was absolutely gorgeous, I mean, I'm talking about 6'3", honey skin, honey eyes. I mean, gorgeous. And we were friends for 8 years, and so all of a sudden, you know, the attraction just kind of came out of nowhere with the both of us. And I will also be open and admit that even though I don't like labels, but I myself am a bisexual woman. So with that being said, and I'm actually attracted to feminine women, so I will throw that out there. But the way that my ex fiance carried himself, he was very masculine, but he also was not. He wasn't raised like typical men are raised, to be macho, to be into all of these things that men are raised to be. And he was very emotionally intelligent. He didn't mind being vulnerable, but he also was a protector in the sense that he will literally beat your ass if you ever crossed him or even crossed me. Very protective man. So he had all of the energy that I love. He was almost like, in a sense, a metrosexual man in the way he kept his home. He knew how to cook. He knew how to clean, all of those things. So the reason why that relationship did not work is because he decided that he wanted to go back to men indefinitely, and he ended up contracting HIV. And so with that being said, to make a long story short, he told me what happened, and you know, I was absolutely devastated, but it didn't affect our relationship as far as friendship is concerned. But you know, I did have to end that relationship. It was some other things that were going on too. So I feel like I can speak on this subject in the sense that I've never been judgmental towards men for being bisexual. You know, I just need to know, okay, Is this something that you need to have? You know, if we were to get married, do you need to mess with a man every now and again? I need to know what's up, because I'm gonna be straightforward with him as far as my desires, you know. And I'm a person that everybody has their own level of what they'll put up with. And for me, you know, before this came out where he wanted to be with me, and you know, we had a monogamous relationship, you know, and you know, that's pretty much what we agreed on. So I feel that a lot of women are afraid in the aspect, and maybe it may not be fair, but this is just my personal opinion. You know, they think about the idea of a man messing with another man, and you know, they just can't seem to stomach that reality. And then they would think, oh, he's going to cheat on me and all this kind of stuff. I don't know, but I just know for me personally, I have never had an issue with that. You know, I love a man that's honest. I mean, if he likes me, and cool.
Can I ask you a question, Apologetic? Hello? Can you hear me?
I had to come in and get
Can y'all
my
hear
little
me?
perspective.
I'm hold on for a minute.
Yeah, I can hear.
Can you hear Rumors on Unapologetic?
I can.
Okay. Before she asks you a question, I want to add to whatever question she about to ask. Do you feel, because when you said that, like, you wanted to know if you know, like, if he's going to need to get that tick scratched, you know, at some point you need to know these things. You don't feel that way about heterosexual men? Like, I need to know if you gonna need to sleep with other women occasionally. I mean, like, what makes you feel like that's a question you need to more tailor to a bisexual, maybe in contrast to a heterosexual man whose attraction doesn't stop to women just because he's committed to you or married to you? Like, wouldn't that apply to heterosexual men too?
Oh, absolutely. I think it would apply. I'm just all about people keeping it real. Let me know what I'm signing up for. And, you know, it gives me a choice as to what I want to rock with or not. You know, just be honest with me, you know, because there are people who consider themselves to be poly, and there are people who have appetites. And just let me know what's up, you know, and we can roll with it, you know. I don't have a problem with a person being a freak, you know, or whatever your preference is. Just let me know what's up. That's it, you know. So I would say that when it comes to heterosexual men, yes, you know, if you want multiple women, or you don't feel like you can just be committed to whatever we agree with, just let me know up front, you know, and then that'll give me a chance to go from there. So,
okay. Rumors and tea. You had a question?
Yeah, that was definitely my question. Because the narrative, when it comes to anyone outside of the heterosexual community, anyone outside of that community, is the first thing that comes out of a heterosexual's mouth is fidelity. I don't understand why that is the go-to for a bisexual man. I've never really heard heterosexual men say that to bisexual women. We know because of the fetishes that comes with that, and we do know there are a minority, but we don't have to speak on the minority because we dealing with the majority. Right. But for me, it is. Here I go analyzing stuff. For me, I see something deeper there when a person says, I want to know, are you going to cheat? Just simply off based upon your orientation. And it's alarming because women will be willing to, even when it comes to heterosexual men, right? They'll fuss and argue. They don't want to cheat, but they seem to love it. Regardless of what they say, they seem to love it and tolerate it, right? But it's a deal breaker when it comes to a bisexual man. Which really is, phobia. It's a phobia.
It is.
It's a,
Absolutely.
and sometimes I do believe it's an unconscious phobia. And some people know it's a phobia and just won't speak their truth. But it just none of it makes sense rationally. And because I am a person that I believe in spirit, so I understand the vessel that we're in, but I believe in spirit. Spirit has no identity when it comes to orientations, genders, and things of that nature. So it's kind of hard for me to comprehend when people limit the spirit, which I think is why a lot of times people do have the confusion within themselves. They're trying to find what I like, what I don't like, who I am, who I not am, the identities and all of that type of thing, because spirit is attracted to spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But because we have been conditioned, our spirit has been conditioned based upon the flesh, the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're conditioned that if we're in a female presenting body, we're supposed to be one way. And the same for a male. You're supposed to be one way. When in our reality, that's not how spirit works, which is why we have people that are bucking against the gender norms and orientations.
Mm-hmm.
Because none of this shit is normal to our spirit.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So we do ourselves a disjustice, a real injustice, by discriminating and suppressing what our feelings are leading us. Now, I say this all the time in most of my talking points. I'm not talking about anything that's going to cause harm and injury, but the things that are just, that comes natural to us, we suppress and fight against that because of what society says is normal, when our spirit is telling us this shit ain't normal.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you a question, Rumors and T too. Whenever you get through making your point.
Let me go ahead and ask you now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think that a lot of women are afraid, essentially, to date a bisexual man because they don't believe that he'll? Maybe you all talked about this during the broadcast. I don't know. Like I said, I came in on the tail end. But do you think that a lot of women are, afraid of bisexual men? Let's say if they commit to a monogamous relationship, do you think they're afraid partially because they think that that man won't be faithful to them only, and he'll step outside of the relationship? Like, what is your opinion on that?
I don't agree with that because we heterosexual women do not discriminate against heterosexual men for the same reasons that they discriminate against bisexual men. Just because you're bisexual does not mean that you are not going to be committed monogamously.
Mm-hmm.
The myth of just because someone does, this is what I'm saying. It's almost as they're saying, people are saying or thinking, because you're willing to live your truth out loud, right? You're bucking against what the system says is norm. That makes you, what's the word? That makes you someone that is out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a person that's not out of control, that means you're reckless. That means you'll do anything. So you can't be trusted. Mm-hmm. Which is really the opposite. Which is like the brain fuck that we have been given and continue to help push these agendas is so clear to me. Why am I going to be overly concerned with because you tell me that you are bisexual with whether or not you're going to be faithful to me versus someone that is heterosexual, which we know on a day-to-day basis, second by second, fidelity is always an issue.
Exactly.
And on top of that, think about the lunacy, like how much of a lunatic a person has to be in their mindset. You will go back and forth dealing and engaging with someone that has cheated on you repetitively, time after time, chance after chance, right? But someone that is bisexual who can potentially give you the peace, the love, and everything it is you want and say you need, you fight against that in a speculation of a thought because they're just living their life being themselves.
Right.
But we can accept a heterosexual man being a dog, quote unquote, right? Being promiscuous, quote unquote. That's just a man being a man, right?
That's a good point.
We normalize that.
You can rationalize it and all and stay with him and everything. It don't even qualify him to be unfaithful sometimes.
Exactly.
So the talking points that women use to potentially be jeopardizing, and it's the same thing. It's the very same talking points they use to justify staying.
That's facts. That's facts. You know, because that's one of the things that I hear all the time whenever this comes up, you know, but they never talk about the men that they stay with and them cheating on them 10, 20 times, and they don't talk about that. They don't.
And even in a repetitive, if you leave this one that cheated on you, the next one it's like you can't avoid and evade it because it's a pattern with you, what you are attracting to yourself, right? And it's all like the universe low key is saying, because you are intentionally depriving yourself. I provided just what you say you want out of a mate, right? And I'm providing this right here in your face, but you're plucking all the other weeds instead of plucking the flower that I've given you. So everything that you pluck is going to turn out to be a weed. You're sabotaging yourself.
And then too, you know, because just like my situation, you know, it may be somebody in the comment section or watching or whatever, a woman may be saying, well, see, look what happened to you. You know, you was engaged and this and that, and he decided that he just wanted to be with men only. And that's okay. But what point is that proving? That didn't cause me to, I mean, he just was honest and open, and hey, we went on and we still good friends today. So at the end of the day, you know, there's always situations, but to say that, oh, you know, the reason why I don't want to deal with a bisexual man because he gonna be cheating on me with other men and all this kind of stuff, but then you overlook the heterosexual man. Yeah, you absolutely right. It don't make sense, you know, in any regard. You know, that just happened to be my experience, but I do agree with you that just because you're bisexual doesn't mean that you can't be monogamous at all. I definitely agree with that. So
yeah, what Conscious said earlier, it's like it is straight up a reality. Everything, all of the talking points can literally be swung back like a pendulum in the direction of the naysayers. And the whole talk is always preference, right? That word is a trigger word for me, even though I use it at times. It is a trigger word for me because the reality is that it has nothing to do with preference. It's what's been programmed into your psyche, and because it's and what's even more ironic about that being the irony is the fact that you literally all of the talking points against humanity, because that's what it always boils down to me. All the talking points against humanity always shows up in a different way in our lives, where we should look at ourselves and hold ourselves accountable for our discriminatory thoughts and do the work to clear that up, because we experience all of we literally experience being mistreated because of our race, because of our gender, because of our quote unquote preferences. We experience this on a day-to-day for ourselves, and then we perpetuate the same cycle.
We do, because I have heard, and I'm sure you have too, Rumors and Tea. I have actually heard men say that it's more acceptable for a woman to be bisexual than a man to be bisexual. And you kind of touched on that in your earlier comment. And I mean, just like you said, it's programming, is what was put into us and all of these types of things. And that's what we're dealing with right now, you know, simply because of, oh, well, this is acceptable over here, but then that's not acceptable. And it's just insane to me.
And it's because of women largely will not deal with the reality of the internalized misogyny that they participate in alongside men who also internalize a misogyny. So the same reason that a man would look down on a gay man, it's the same reason that a woman would look down on a man who sleeps with men. And it's because of this falsehood that a man's manhood is connected to his sexual role. So once you find out that a man is sleeping with another man, it's like, how could you give up your power as a man? That's not what men do. How could you submit to another man? Like this idea that you're weak because you sleep with men, and it disgusts heterosexual people who buy into that homophobic ideology. It disgusts men and women, and people think that really is rooted in some type of an actuality, when you obviously have bisexual, trans attracted, and same gender loving men who are dads, who are business owners, who are cops, who are military, who are athletes, who are. So where is this proof that somehow men sleeping with another man makes him incapable of building a goddamn house by brick and by hand, or is not strong, and is not fearless, and doesn't have tenacity, and a lot where's that is, and this is what I meant when I said earlier that it's so crazy to me how people just be walking around with all type of shit in their head, and they don't even think about where it comes from. They don't even know that they're carrying around AI hallucinations in their souls and in the imaginations of their minds, and are for real about their hallucinations and their misinformation, and their misinformation. They don't even think about where it comes from, where their own reaction to things come from, where their own beliefs come from, and they don't even do the legwork to figure out the truth and to see if there is objectivity to what they're supporting intellectually. So it's interesting to me.
Yeah, because my ex-fiance is a top. And I won't even go there about, the differences between how, bottoms are viewed versus tops. That's a whole nother conversation within itself. And it kind of goes back into those gender roles, and, and one is looked at as more inferior than the other one, which does not make sense to me at all. And then it once, like Rumors and T was saying, it's all programming. And it just, I think if people would kind of get
what's crazy is that the same women who participate in that idea that, right, a man is powerless and weak because he submits to the man sexually, are also the same women who believe that she's not weak in the same guise and gaze of patriarchy just because she's a woman. Or just because I'm a woman, I shouldn't have to take a back door. It doesn't mean that I am a less valuable or less strong or less deserving just because I'm the receiving partner, but yet project that very same internalized patriarchal construct on men. It's just so funny. It's funny to me. I really be cackling at the mental knot that communities are in. It's just hilarious to me.
It's the nerve of the whole my power lies between my legs,
or in my sexual role,
right? And then for it's like all of the propaganda for the agenda that people are just out here just helping to perpetuate, and then wonder like why we have not evolved at a rate where we all can just be happy in the utopia like that they think that they're living in, but this is an attack on femininity. That's what it all boils down to, the divine feminine always under attack. And how, your own, it just what it is. And that's a sad reality, because all of these things play a role in why we're living in such a fucked up society. All of these things. And the littlest of the nuance, like the littlest of all of these strategies. So I'm like, what about the long-term goal, guys? Let's focus on the long-term goal. We can achieve the short-term goals one by one, but that's how we achieve the long-term goal, by taking care of the short-term goals. We gotta change our mindset. Like, throw your mind away. Just completely throw everything that you thought you've ever known to be the truth away and start again from scratch. Because most of what we have inherently been taught has not been for our betterment.
Exactly. And you know, I was asked a question after my relationship ended, and I was asked a question, you know, well, seeing that you went through that, would you ever date another bisexual man? I said, absolutely. Like, what that got to do with anything? I mean, he chose that he wanted this to be with men. Okay, fine. Like that don't have anything. They kind of asked me that questions as if see what you went through, and I know you won't do that again and all this kind of stuff. But I'm like, you know, whatever. I
So
was
are your talking points, not to cut you off, are your talking points ever like, let me do a reverse Uno? So could that mean you ain't dating no more to some of them people? Because I'm pretty sure they've had experiences that in relationships that weren't out the best.
You know what, rumors and tea. I'm gonna tell you what type of person I am. I choose what I want to give my energy to. Now, if I'm in the mood to read a motherfucker, they gonna get read. Oh, you know what I mean? It's kind of that situation, or I have pulled a reverse Uno. It just depends on the situation. I'll you know, turn
I
people
mean,
question.
no, but even without it being confrontational, you know what I'm saying? Just in general, because it's like you're gonna ask a dumbass question. Well, that applies to you too, because it's like the label, like you guys are putting these labels and these
Right.
stereotypes, right, onto people unfairly, unjustly. So if you're gonna ask me a question based upon my orientation, that is the minority, my experience with with someone that is a part of a minority. Now I need to ask you a question as the majority, of someone that's representing the majority. Because for me, I want it to make sense. It's always for the people that ask questions of the minorities. I'm always curious as to wanting to know, why the fuck do you want to know? Because if you're not an ally, that means that you're looking for information to take back to your community to weaponize against my community. Why the fuck do you want to know? Because the questions that you're more than likely asking me, I can ask of you in your tribe, your community, your people, who you are representing. What the fuck is this?
I mean, it's okay for heterosexual men to go out and hoe around, but a woman can't be with a bisexual man. That's pretty much what it's. I don't see that. I don't see that changing. To be honest with you, I don't know. They say that the Black community is the most homophobic. I don't know what the stats are on that. So these are things that are said, but it's just a bunch of nonsense. It really is. It's a bunch of nonsense when you boil down to it. But people will ask them some, you know, they don't think about some of the things that they say. They just don't. And they will ask some dumbass shit and not look within themselves, you know. So I'm following you on that. I'm following you 100.
I'm going to, as a woman, look down on men who sleep with men because I see you as inferior. But I, as a woman, am also the bottom in relationships to men, but reject the idea that I am inferior because I am a woman and I submit sexually to me. It's the cognitive dissonance.
It don't. It's ridiculous, y'all. It really is. It's ridiculous when you think about it. But I just wanted to share a little piece of me. I said, because I thought about it, I said, man, you know, this will be a good subject for me to talk on because I actually been there, you know. And
Yeah, I just wish that we could just be human, that we could just be a lot more human. Like all this, I don't know, all these like extra curriculum characteristics that have just been assigned to everybody. And it's just like, my God, like y'all not tired yet? Like everybody just not tired. You ain't tired of the performance. You ain't tired of treating everything like a goddamn job. You ain't tired of the gender roles. You ain't tired of the internalized misogyny and homophobia. You ain't tired yet. Because at the same time, the same system is trying that it's lonely. It ain't got no friends. It ain't got nobody. But then when you think about, well, look at all the shit that's perpetuated. I mean, it has no choice but to result in nobody getting nothing out of each other because you've placed too much superficial judgment on everything and everybody, and it eliminates any room for you to have a thriving community and to have, high possibilities of also, having successful, intimate partnership with people. Look at all of the shit that's believed and look at all the standards. And, I was watching something about algorithm the other day of somebody being like, child, an average date, like when you're in the beginning stages of courting somebody, shouldn't cost any more maybe than $50 or $60. Like to be expecting people to roll out the red carpet for you and they don't even fucking know you and haven't even decided if are compatible, and you want to damn near come into the situation to be taken care of right out of the rip and want this big, manufactured, produced love bombing, but then at the same time we're in a culture that's talking against love bombing and how love bombing is a manipulative. It's just like we can't have it both ways, y'all. Like we can't have everything and then expect to get something. Like it's too much going on, and the shit ain't even cohesive. It don't even have a practical reality and value to it. I really don't know what we're really being talking about, because are we talking about love? Are y'all looking for sponsors? I'm confused. Are we talking about love, or I don't know, because every time you get conversations of I'm not gonna date a bus driver. I'm not dating I'm not dating a woman who doesn't look like Naomi Campbell. I'm not dating a man who doesn't have Donald Trump money. It's just like, so y'all have made love about everything else. Y'all made love about looks, beauty standards, beauty capital, economics. And while these things may have some role, I think the issue is it being an exclusive priority, that it being put first and not secondary, thirdary characteristic traits that you pivot into once you have established at surface level that at best I've chosen somebody who seems to be healthy minded and well, and somebody who is who got their head on straight, seemingly has a nice personality, and then you go from there. You follow the yellow brick road out. But coming in with the expectation of finding Romeo and Juliet is crazy work to me. It's crazy work.
I'd like to ask you a question, Conscious. Okay, now I know that primarily you represent yourself. You have the divine feminine and the masculine, right? So you consider yourself like androgynous, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful thing to look at. But anyway, that's a side note. I'm gonna quit fucking with you. I don't want your man to get mad at me. Let me stop. I said I wasn't gonna flirt with you, but okay.
I'm in a poly situation, so I can have multiple men's and women's.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so okay, so I would just want to, this is the question I want to ask you, right? Because you said that men are raised to think a certain way, to kind of bury their emotions, and typically the result is they're not emotionally intelligent. So you, as an embodiment of the divine masculine and feminine, because you were raised with those same tapes being constantly played into you, did you have to kind of do a lot of mental work to deprogram yourself from a lot of that thinking? Because you were raised the way most men, I'm assuming you were raised that way,
Yeah. So that's actually a really good question and an interesting question because I've never really had to answer that question, and I've never really had to think about it in that way either. So I recently mentioned how so my stepfather, he was my predominant father figure. My biological father was in my life up to like 13. And my stepfather, ironically, is a very like, he was like masculine and a man's man, but at the same time, he was like, he was emotional and sentimental, and he believed in hugs and kisses and being verbally affirming. And I come from a household of I love you, I love you, I love you. The traditional parents took us in at night. So that kind of Cosby-ness was there in my household. My mother was actually the more masculine one out of her and my stepdad in terms of like she's very feminine aesthetically as a woman, as a Libra woman, but her mentality was very much so like boss bitch, bad bitch shit. My mama was not a crier. She wasn't, she wasn't tender emotionally. She was very very grounded and almost protective in that sense, while my stepdad was kind of the more vulnerable person in the relationship. So when it came to my childhood and their parenting style, my parents didn't really teach me and my brother away from our emotions. They kind of believed in kind of nurturing our boo-boos and kind of, making sure that they created to the best of their abilities, even though they felt miserably at times. But the intention was to create as much of a space for openness, for conversation, for transparency. My parents were always reminding me and my brother that we could always talk to them. Y'all can even ask us any questions, even if y'all think those questions are disrespectful. Don't y'all ever be afraid to talk to us and tell us anything, communicate. So, so that there was a lot of environmental support and just being able to be and not really be dramatically socialized away from my feelings as a man. I wasn't really taught to have a stigma about that in my household. Not outside my household, didn't know what my peers and all that. That was another thing. But in terms of my household, not so much. And then my mother was very good. Both my parents were very good on also being very supportive of my creativity aesthetically. So I spoke recently on a live about how I went through a lot of fashion trends, especially in high school when I was really developing my identity and developing my ego. And I went through all type of looks. I was the curly haired black boy. I was doing the spikes and the mohawk spike look. I went through a goth phase, and I was wearing parachute pants and spike bracelets and kind of an urban emo black kid. I went through a super urban B2K aesthetic where I'm dressing like a Hollywood urban superstar. So I went, and my parents were really supportive. My mom, ironically, she never said anything. She really kind of gave me a lot of creative control. She let me experiment with music, and she just never tried to really control me. I think that's why I have a lot of autonomy as a person, and I believe in being able to be myself because my parents in a lot of ways set it up for me to have a relationship to myself that wasn't so informed by outward expectation. And so when I grew up to be a man and I had to really wrestle with my femininity despite all of the like homophobia within the community at large and the church and all of that, that was a big struggle to navigate theologically, but because of how I'm anchored astrologically as a Scorpio, we already very rebellious and geared for a lot of self-autonomy. And in support of my household, it made it possible for me to be strong enough to transcend the other forces that tried to stop me from having the relationship I have to myself. So I really do attribute a lot of my strength and being able to hold on to my authentic self to, in some ways, a lot of aspects of my childhood, coupled with just who I am naturally, and between the collaboration of what my parents offered and who I am as a person. It made me capable of not walking around with a lot of shame and a lot of internalized whatever, and help to promote a lot of a healthy self-image, etc., that I'm able to have now as a person. So that road for me was not as difficult, maybe, as for a lot of other Black men who were raised, in super rigid, super dogmatic, super conservative spaces. Even if they were raised in urban spaces, Black people, no matter whether we urban or not, tend to hold generally just conservative beliefs when it comes to certain things. Even if you come from a godless, heathenistic ass household, that there still tends to be a lot of conservative ideas around sexuality, a gender expression, and gender expectation, and all of those things. So yeah, my road was a lot easier than that. So I would say no. I didn't have to do a lot of work to hold on to my truth as well.
I noticed you said, thank you so much for answering that, but I noticed that you said theologically.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the pushback that you had something to do with the church, is what I'm gathering.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessary that you were peer pressured by, your peers, because sometimes that can add pressure to the
Well, no,
movement.
it wasn't the peers. So that's why I say like the peers in the church, kind of like the outward version of the Black community, not so much as my household per se and my parents, but kind of the world outside of that, the Black culture outside of that, is where most of the pushback and pressure was. But because, I was allowed a lot of creativity by the people that actually meant something to me, aka my parents, I had that acceptance and fluidity from them, and then who I was. Even the pressure from the culture, it was there. It just wasn't enough to stop me, thank God. And I do think my childhood and having my parents support in certain ways is why the culture, despite how much pressure and propaganda and how much toxicity was there in terms of its expectation of me as a man. Because once I left my household, my parents, my peers were calling me the F word when I was in middle school. I didn't even know what gay was. I didn't even know, I hadn't even developed really innate attraction really at one point. I think my sexuality really started peaking maybe sixth grade, middle school, and then I didn't get super clear about what the fuck I really was until 8th grade, because at first I thought I was bisexual because there was a girl that I was crushing on my 8th grade year. I don't know what the hell that was about, but time I got to high school, I was very clear that God created men specifically for me, that they were mine. And but so, and then my mannerisms as a child, I was super high yellow growing up. I've tanned out a lot as an adult, but I was super, 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 super high yellow because my dad is super fucking high yellow. And between being high yellow and then not being an aggressive man, I wasn't soft, but I wasn't aggressive in my masculinity either. I was just a normal kid, but that normal kid in the hood, a normal masculinity on a light-skinned person, on a light-skinned man on top of that, is just going to default you to being considered soft. Like, unless I was walking around intentionally tough and wearing my dick on my shoulder. And, but, I was always well-grown and I was just a regular kid. I wasn't feminine. I was just regular, but I was high yellow. So, I got F-bombed to death. And yeah, everybody thought I was gay growing up. And that was weird because, I do come from a Baptist upbringing, and my parents had certain beliefs too. But even with that, my stepdad didn't even give a fuck. Like, he never even had not one conversation with me about my sexuality. He just did not give a fuck. It just was not a thing in his head. He didn't give a damn. There was no pushback at all. My mama, she believed that homosexuality was wrong, but she didn't really try to reinforce it either like that. But I was aware, but it wasn't like something that was ultimately ruining the relationship between her and I still, proceeded in who the fuck I am. And still proceeded in my orientation, and I knew how she believed, but I knew what the fuck I believed and what it was, so it just was what it was. But yeah, so a lot of the pressure was really outside of me, but it was going to take more than just the culture. That's why I always encourage, like, parents, your children, they need your love. I don't care whether you're a step parent, I don't care whether you're a foster parent, I don't care whether you a biological parent, whatever, you know, it is, because what your child can withstand is going to be largely is going to be greatly influenced by what you provide to them, especially in your love and in your heart, what space you make for them, because that's oftentimes what children are using to navigate their entire lives, and every struggle they're going to have outside of you is, my parents love me, my daddy loves me, my mama loves me, and that affirmation is an infinity stone out there in the world. It's a fucking infinity stone. So yeah.
You were blessed. You were blessed, Conscious.
Hey, what's that? And CTV, what's up, Conscious?
Oh, I don't know who that is, but
hey, y'all hear me?
Yeah, IG. I'm on off for a minute, boo. Apologetically, are you finished?
You were absolutely blessed. Because I think.
Oh, you already finished?
Oh, I don't think that IG can hear. Can you hear unapologetically, IG?
No, that's I've been having this problem. You heard me? It's like,
and that's a StreamYard problem, because everybody has been having trouble hearing other people on the panel. Like, they can hear some people but can't hear other people, and all of that. Okay, so IG, see if you can drop down and come back up. Like, maybe
that's what I've been doing. You heard me? I'm gonna do it again. All right,
okay. I'm gonna drop the link again for you. And if anybody else wants to hit the link in the chat, y'all are more than welcome to come up. IG is gonna hit the link again to come up. Unapologetically, I'll continue.
Yeah, you were absolutely blessed, because I definitely believe that your upbringing plays a huge role, and if you don't receive the proper affirmation that you need, it could affect your whole psyche. Not saying that you can't break away from that and still bloom into a beautiful diamond or a rose or whatever the case is, but it does affect your mindset tremendously, and the fact that you had that freedom to be yourself, and you were never judged. And, I definitely believe that played a role. And then also your sign being Scorpio, and what I know about Scorpios, both of my parents are Scorpios. And so, it does plays a role. They have that rebellious aspect there, that then there's a moment of the phoenix rising, and they may have number of moments where that phoenix is rising, but that determination is just unmatched, and so I believe
if you want something, baby, they're going to get it. Well, whatever that thing is, if it's self-esteem, if it's a certain life, it's for whatever. Once the Scorpio latches on, they are locked the fuck in, and they are relentless, and they have that tunnel vision, and we are also willing to burn everything down that's in our way of getting to whatever the fuck is
all the time. You are the unicorn. You are the unicorn to them Scorpios. Absolutely not.
Oh, she said absolutely not. Okay.
No, I'm not. I mean, I just talk about this all the time. He is the unicorn to those male Scorpios, okay?
Oh, let me guess. Are you a Capricorn?
No, I'm an Aries.
Oh, okay. No wonder, because you definitely got a lot of fire to your personality. A whole lot.
Aries energy.
They be ready to go to war. Like.
And Aries and Scorpios have a lot of similarities in terms of characteristics and mentality and all of that. So, but yeah, unconscious Scorpio can definitely be an utter train wreck. Them powers not used for the greater good can be a hot fucking.
I was just talking to it's some you mentioned that Conscious, because I was just talking to my mother about that earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, because they haven't. I'm telling you, if you dealing with what's my sign?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna let you guess on that. What energy do I give you? What do your Scorpio senses tell you?
What do I get? I'm not really good at identifying. Let me see though. Let me feel around in it. I think that rumors was gonna take a shot at it too. Which is
Well, I thought you came up here before and said you were Scorpio apologetic.
Oh no, I love Scorpios. That's what I came up and said because the majority of my dealings have been with Scorpios, and I tell you, they some of the most sexy, alluring people I could know. I'm saying that.
Oh no! Let me tell you, you heard, when you said all I heard was sex. I didn't hear the rest of it.
I think I can hear everybody now. Can everybody hear me? I think I can hear me.
Can he hear me?
Yes, I think I can hear. Can I hear?
Okay,
I
good.
think I can hear everybody
now. Yes. What's going on, IG?
What's happening, baby? I'm making Hey, Rumors and She. Hello, other panelists. How y'all doing? I see they were talking. Oh yeah, I see they was talking about people dating the other men's who date other men's.
Yes, I was engaged to one.
Yeah, like it's just when I heard you say something conscious, I'm so glad you pointed that out about how like even with colorism and masculinity in the black community, because yeah, I've always noticed this, me being a like darker brown person myself, that among my heterosexual friends, even outside of just gay life, I noticed that my lighter skin friends, we could all be doing the same thing. But for some reason, when my lighter skinned male friends do it, oh, he's trying to be pretty. I'm like, no, he's not. He's literally doing the exact same thing that everybody else doing. And I do find it very interesting that heteronormative, even among their homeboys, they'd be like, yeah, I can't have no yellow nigga. I can't have a pretty nigga around me because you're associating. Why are you associating femininity with lighter skin? Not you. I'm talking about the people who projected that to you. And I noticed that a lot of heterosexual men do that more to other heterosexual men. And it's the same thing. It goes in reverse for a person like me, though. I do see it. If don't be dark skinned though, and a male, and have something that is not conventionally masculine. Oh, they'll rip you over the coals. People get a visceral response if you're a darker skinned man, and you have the nerve to think that not that you're handsome. No, that's fine. That you think you're gorgeous. You think you're gonna kiki. You think you're gonna float and fairy. And I'm like, wait a minute, babe. I'm not even
The
trying to do
nerve
all
to
of that.
think that you can be dainty.
The nerve for you to be a dainty bitch, and don't be a fat bitch on top of it. Oh, baby, that's just straight up aggravation. That's just straight aggravation. So I'm glad you did
Only
point
the
that
light
out.
skinned niggas can indulge in the soft life.
Yeah, that's crazy as hell to me. Yeah, and I've always noticed that. I said even before I got to into the gay lifestyle, that is something that I seriously see within a lot of heteronormals. Look at you, you pretty ass nigga. I'm like, the nigga not doing nothing feminine. Why are you projecting femininity onto him? And I really think that's that underlying indirect homoeroticism shit too that be going on with that too. Because it's like that that makes no sense. And then I also see that too. It's like you're making it not you, but these other people who have this perspective. You're making it to where you're making us both have to perform. Because I noticed this too now. Now sometimes my lighter skinned male straight friends, why they gotta try to be extra, extra, extra hard so you don't fuck with them. Now they gotta go. Now they trying to be extra, extra hard, and then you wonder why you so mean, Red, or why you so dumb, Black. You know why you mean, mugging, Red? Because I don't want a bitch to fuck with me and try me.
Exactly. Because my light skinnedness, fair skinnedness, my white skinnedness puts me at a deficit when it comes to being perceived as masculine. So then you have to prove your masculine. You got to prove your manhood in order
Yeah.
to be that soft. by default
Yeah.
of complexion or your genopheno as a light skinned person.
Light skinned nigga could be sitting. Light skinned nigga could be sitting with the biggest dick between all of us, but we just think he the most feminine one. Yeah,
Yeah.
get the fuck out of here.
But the
Fuck out of here.
irony of that IG is the same thing plagues within the woman community. That's why I'm like, all of this, like it's I don't understand how people just walking around here like disillusioned to their day-to-day realities. Because the same thing happens in the woman's community. For whatever reason, being a dark-skinned woman, and Lord knows, don't be a thick, big girl and dark-skinned. You're not supposed to be feminine and dainty. You know, like you're expected to be butch and masculine and, you know, and hard. So it's like, I mean, y'all really got the system screw y'all all the way to fuck up. All y'all wires is crooked and crossed. And you expect
a T crossed in this bitch.
You know, like, and you expect for things to get better, but you don't want to do the work to deprogram yourself from all of this shit.
Y'all, but this question: what do y'all think are the, like, when y'all think about your own self-awareness and how that came about? Was it accidental? Were you taught to be self-awareness? Did something jolt you awake that began the process of taking you on the introspective thing and allowing introspection to be kind of a practice in one's life? Like, how did y'all become aware enough to have that out-of-body perception and to realize, you know, like to be able to evaluate the system from the outside in? Like, what created that?
Experience, I don't know, something inside of me always was inherently rebellious anyway. So I had a strong sense of awareness of me having a right as a human being. I don't know if that started from my womb. I don't recall, like, before I had this personality, I don't recall my mom and them teaching me this, but I recall them empowering me and affirming me in that way, you know, giving me the reassurance, like, you know, I wasn't wrong and why I was feeling the way I was feeling, thinking the way I was thinking, expressing myself the way I was expressing myself. So I don't know, it was just always something deep inside of me. And as I continue throughout life to grow, right, I watch other people, I just saw the hypocrisy. I would watch other people be treated, mistreated, and judged badly for being themselves. And the people that were judging them were living, maybe not doing the exact same thing, but they were living their lives to whatever degree they wanted to live it. Always from a child, it was always very much like I understood hypocrisy without having verbiage for everything. It just didn't make sense that you can sit over here and you can chew bubblegum all day, but I can't chew bubblegum. Or you can drink soda, but I can't drink soda. You know, stuff like that just didn't make sense to me. I always just was expressive about it. Nobody was going to tell me that it was okay for them. Now, even an adult, you couldn't tell me that it's okay for you to do one thing, but I couldn't do the same thing that you're doing, especially if it wasn't something illegal.
So it seemed like for you, it was a matter of your willingness to always be logical, help you to always be like, that's bullshit. Like, you're contradicting yourself. You're being a hypocrite. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Because a lot of people are actually taught not to question, and maybe that comes from the way a lot of us, especially as Black people, are raised, where we are taught, don't question your parents, don't question authority, don't question God. You're taught never to hold anything accountable. So even if you're seeing something in plain sight and it doesn't make any sense and it's not being and it is being contradicted, it is hypocritical, we sometimes filter it through the I hear no evil, I see no evil. But for you, Rumors, it sounds like you kind of naturally kind of bypassed that mechanism and was always like,
even to your talking points of not being taught not to ask questions, because that wasn't true. We were taught to ask questions. We were taught, raise your hand, ask the question. You want to know something, ask an adult. Don't take it upon yourself. There was a whole bunch of hypocrisies from as far as back as I can remember being two. That just didn't make sense. So I knew without knowing this was all about fucking control. Because in one instance, right? In one instance, you're telling me one thing, and then the next instant, you're telling me something different because it doesn't apply to you, which made no sense because it applies to everyone.
And we created this thing in our culture. And it's not just black culture. I really think it's a Western culture thing. But since we talking about us, see that do as I say, not as I do shit. Well, bitch, you teaching me to be fake. If you
Exactly.
tell me one thing, and that's I instantly knew. Then I said, hold on. And it's something I said a long time ago. How dare a bitch got something to say about me putting my 2 cents after you done made it rain with Benjamins around this bitch?
Come on now.
How dare you have something to say about my 2 cents and you dropping stacks on your opinion? And the last thing I'm gonna do, the last motherfucking thing I'm gonna do is sit around and be uncomfortable for you to be comfortable. And I was always like that as a kid. Like it used to get me in trouble. I'm like, wait a minute. So you expect me to be uncomfortable so you can feel good. Oh, I'm not gonna do that. Because at the end of the day, I noticed that this is for you. There's no logical reason. This is for you to get off. I was always kind of like that little rebellious one. And my daddy, fortunately for me, he kind of nurtured that. He wasn't studying about that. He said, look, I don't need you. And that's one thing I had a great father, like Conscious too. Didn't need me to be him. My dad said, I'm going to tell you something, bro. I did me well enough so I don't need you to be a copy of me. I'm
Come
original.
on, daddy.
My dad was like, I don't need you to do exactly what I want to do. No, I did it well enough for it to be done how I wanted to do it. You have to find you something else to do to be you. So yeah, that I instantly noticed that a bunch of people are around here being comfortable in their uncomfortability for other people's comfort. And I refuse to do it.
Preaching now. He
That's
preaching.
that's one thing hypocrisy taught
Yeah.
me about. I said, you're no, I'm not going to do that for you.
So why do y'all think that Black parents struggle in raising and prioritizing authenticity? Is it because parental parenting styles are oftentimes synonymous with having control, therefore to teach and to nurture authenticity would be counterintuitive to the idea that I'm here to control, I'm here to run this household and to run every facet of your life? I can't teach you to be authentic because that also comes with a sense of autonomy and agency that can then disrupt this idea of control.
Yeah, as a parent,
It look like we started talking at the same time. You
go
know
ahead,
what? To answer your question, Conscious, I am the embodiment of rebellion. You know, I am an Aquarius. And so
My God. All right, Aquarius.
And it's funny because they say
come through, baby, come through. I love me.
I came from 2 Scorpios, y'all. Both my parents are Aquarius. So I love me some Scorpios, y'all. They say we ain't supposed to get along. They say we ain't supposed to get along, but I love me some Scorpios. I always got along with them. So anyway,
you might be a unicorn. You might be a unicorn.
Look, it is. That's one hell of an energetic relationship for sure. It has the capacity to be pure hell and or pure heaven. It just is one where things are being scaled at, what condition everybody's in. So what was that like being an Aquarius sandwiched between 2 Scorpios?
Oh my. Well, for sure we inherited that lustful side and that sexiness and all that. Let me stop. Anyway.
Please don't go there.
I love her. She said, "Oh my, I love her."
But what that was like was my mom was very much alpha, very much glamorous, very much everything image, and being raised in the church, there was that aspect of not really having the autonomy because I came up apostolic. And I don't know if it
I got in my family job. My God.
So you already know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't even go deep into that. And so thankfully I was able to break out of that and pretty much become the blossom in me that I need to be. But being sandwiched between two Scorpios was wonderful. And a lot of the way my mom was had to do with her upbringing, to where it was what the parents said go, and you do what I say, and blah blah blah. So that definitely
This is
played.
a dictatorship, not a democracy.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. And then my mother had to come and apologize to me later on in life because, you know, she felt like, in a sense, she did stifle that autonomy that you spoke of, that you grew up with, Conscious. So she did come and apologize. And, you know, because you cannot make somebody be something that you want them to be. You have to let them develop into their own person and things. So when I put it all into perspective and her upbringing, her and how she was raised, it made sense to me, you know. So that's the short answer.
Yeah.
That's the short answer right there.
Well,
And
as a
I just want to do
parent,
my shameless plug up here since y'all doing, you know, I don't know if I'm the only earth sign. I am a Virgo. So when I look at things, Virgos, we're going to be so mental in our mind. We're going to analyze. We need diagnostics. We need to get to the root of some shit. So when I started noticing that, and people feel like, well, damn, you go into a lot of details. I said, well, yes, because the devil's always in the details.
In the details.
The devil's always in the details for me.
Yeah.
And I always would notice it's not. And another thing would cause me to be very skeptical or kind of rebellious. It's not what people say, it's what they don't say too.
Exactly.
I paid attention to what people don't say. It's
Right,
what you
that's what
don't
matters
say and
more.
what you, yes, because what you don't say and what you do, gon' tell me more, bitch, than what you tell
Yeah.
me
well,
and what you do not act on. That's gonna tell me
you
a
know,
lot more, sweetheart, than
I tell I tell people, I've been teaching my sons this, but I've been telling people for a long time, nonverbal language is louder than verbal language.
It
So
is.
you should always heed to the nonverbal more
Exactly.
than the verbal.
Body language.
Yeah. But to answer your question, Conscious, it is about control as a parent. I can honestly say it is about control. Even myself, you know, I've shared with you how I ask my children every day. I ask them, you know, what, you know, to tell me about my parenting. You know, I be thinking I be doing a fucking absolute job. I'm over here, you know, mother of the year, and they always hurt my feelings and let me know. Nah, you know, you got, it's some things that you can correct. You need to correct. And I understand it's hard as a parent because you want to live vicariously through your children unconsciously. You know what I mean? Wanting them to have better than what you had and things of that nature. And a lot of times we need to remove our ego and just, I'm going to keep saying, the champion for humanity, and see those little people as human beings, and understanding that all humans have rights. And in order for children to really develop properly, you have to allow them to have self-expression.
Have to.
They cannot truly discover who they are. And I think adults, because we don't humanize children
Right.
enough, we make so many mistakes. Human, as adults, we are still trying to find ourselves as we're evolving and progressing in life, right? So what do you think a child who has no experience, they're going to be flawed, they're going to make errors and this and third. Now, long as it's not harming anyone else, you do your child and yourself as a parent a disjustice by not allowing them the freedoms and the liberty, the space. We're supposed to provide the space and help cultivate them into becoming who they're destined to be, not control them, not guide them. Because that's another, like, a lot of verbiage and that we use, language we use is literally covert, and it's under root line is control. Guiding someone is not about controlling them. It's about pointing out If there's a block in the road up ahead, I need to let you know there's a block up ahead. Now you enter at your own risk.
Right.
But if you give your children the proper tools that they need to become productive human beings in the world, you've done your part. But it's unfair, and I know that a lot of parents don't always see the control as a bad thing, because it's they in their mind, I'm protecting. They think they're really cultivating, but you're not. You're hindering something that is inevitable, which causes nothing but chaos and turmoil, because it's still inevitable. It's nothing you can do to dictate whether or not your daughter's going to be a stripper or a freaking nurse. Even if she turns out to be a stripper, this is more than likely going to be temporary. Even if your son turns out to be a quote unquote dope boy, this can only be this doesn't have to be long term. But what are you doing to help cultivate them into making the proper decisions for their lives, and also and throwing your hands back up and saying, I did my part in teaching and providing them with the tools they need to be out here in the world. Everything else is up to them. But we don't
And that's
have.
so
We don't.
beautiful.
Go ahead.
That's I'm sorry, and that's so beautiful you said that, because even now that I'm, going on 41 years old, the things when my father would talk to me as a young adult, and it's one of those things when he would say, "You don't understand now. You might not agree right now, but when you get older, you will." And one thing he used to tell me, he said, "See, boy, you're not gonna kill me, boy." And what he meant by that
Right.
is that I'm gonna make sure I do right by you and be fair by you, to where when I cross my eyes, I know that I did the best I can do by you. And I gave you the love that I could give you, and I didn't give you my demons. Because my daddy was born 1926. For those people who don't know, my pa had me at the age of 60 and my mom was 47. So there was a lot of things he did not repeat, because he said, I remember how I felt. I didn't like how it felt not having agency. I understood that I was being severely disciplined because it was segregation and it was a terrible time in
Mm-hmm.
certain places to be a Black American.
Mm.
So I think that's really beautiful of you to be able to get to that, because that's true. Now that I'm older, in my older age, yeah, I don't owe nothing. I don't owe my daddy nothing but honor and respect,
Yep.
because he gave me the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I took care of.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to wipe my daddy ass at
Yep.
19 when Katrina hit, not just because he provided a check, but he provided other things. He provided emotions. I had the feelings and the emotions. And and I'm only going to say obligation, because I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I turned my back on him, because he never turned his back on me. And that's how you really know the truth, see, when you do right. See, if you ever get old, and hopefully you never have to get pissy. But when it comes time for you to be in their care, that's baby when it's gonna show. When you need them when you get older, that's when it's gonna really show. That's when you're
You
gonna
know,
reap what you sow. And I'm not saying this necessarily, because there could be some evil, wicked children that can grow up and you could do everything for them. They don't give a fuck about you. But most people, most children, when they grow up, and if you honor them,
They're
they
gonna
will
do unto
carry
you
for
like
you.
what you did unto them. Yeah.
Come through somebody.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I did. So that's exactly what I did for my mom when she got sick toward the last 2-3 years of her life, and I had a move back home to take care of her, to make sure that she had what she needed to accompany her on her doctor's appointments, to be her transportation, etc. Because of her commitment to me and my brother, even when we disagreed with, even when we had disagreements about choices growing up, etc. But the principle there was she was faithful, regardless of whether she always got what she wanted from us and vice versa. Whether we always got what we wanted from her, she was nonetheless still faithful. And same thing with my grandpa. My grandpa, he was not perfect. He was abusive to my grandmother. He did his fair share of emotional and physical abuse to his kids as well. He was a very stoic man. He come from that generation of you rule with an iron fist as a man. and you're hard edge and you're stoic, you know, a cheater, etc. But he was also a prolific provider, and there was a kindness to him. And for some reason, as a grandchild, I brought out my granddad's soft side, and I was one of my granddad's. I'm always everybody's favorite. I was always my granddad's favorite grandson, and you know, he provided me with my first car. He just took so much pride in me. He taught me how to drive. He helped me to get my license. And he was always there for his family. Even if his daughters had husbands who should be paying their goddamn bills, he wasn't gonna let nobody lights get cut off. He wasn't gonna let nobody water get cut off regardless. He always showed up when you really needed him, especially materially, because you know he come from that generation where men were synonymous to providers. So you know he was good at that as a man, is providing for his family. So when he got a dementia and he got sick and he had to be taken care of, and his ass had to be wiped, and he had to be washed and bathed and fed and cooked for, and his toenails had to be clipped and his head had to be greased, I took pride in providing that for him, because for better or for worse, he too was also faithful nonetheless. And so it was an honor to be able to be faithful to them in return. So yeah, how you treat your children will remember how you treated them, and will remember that even if it wasn't perfect, you were present nonetheless, and that you did your best, and that you were there. And if typically, like IG said, you know, if the shoe ever has to be on the other foot, typically like that shoe is going to be on the other foot too, and they will return that back to you.
Most definitely. I had a friend that I went to school with. I had never met her dad. She always talked about, you know, her dad, but I had never met him. And he passed away about 10 years ago. And I remember going to the service, and when she got up and she spoke, it was 6 of them collectively, all of them that her father had. They all had different moms. When she got up and spoke, it was like a domino effect. Each one of her siblings got up and said something at the podium. And consecutively, he was not there to financially provide for any of them, due to him having alcoholism, right? But he showed up. He would just pop up, and he showed up for school events, just showed up, popped up at their house. And they all talked about the emotional support that this man provided to them, this wisdom that he instilled in them, and how they appreciated having that more than anything else from him. He wasn't able, because of his illness, to provide the financial stability for them, but he provided them with emotional stability. And when she said, like, her mom was crying, like, it was so, like, that was like my first time ever experiencing a woman let go of her hostility and resentment from holding like years of resentment, taking care, like being a single parent and doing it financially pretty much by herself. When she let that go, I felt a release. I felt like she had been holding on to so much anger and resentment towards this man, thinking her child had the same resentment, and it was the opposite. So I do want parents to hear and understand that, yes, finances is needed in this world that we live in today, but we cannot continue to neglect our children from having all of the other essentials that are more important to having a productive human being. Because that's the whole point. This is what we're trying to do, right? We want to tear down the system. It starts with us raising our children to be intelligent, thought-provoking, self-conscious individuals.
Amen.
And that includes us being a part of the equation. We are to be questioned as well. Just because we're the adults does not mean that our children's voices are to be on mute.
Respectfully questioned, respectfully challenged.
Right.
But see,
And we should
that
want
comes
our
with a certain
children.
level of. But see, you have to have, as a person, you have to possess something called humility in order to appreciate and afford other people to respectfully push back and respectfully challenge you, including your own children. And to your point earlier, I do wish that parents put a lot of emphasis into really humanizing their child and didn't see them as just some ethereal opportunity to copy and paste their hopes and dreams onto, because it really strips young people of being able to self-develop and to discover whatever their authentic self is. And while there obviously should be boundaries and regulations for obvious reasons, to protect the child, to give a general sense of safety and organization and structure to young people's lives, but that in terms of the development of the self, that we should be a lot more relaxed about that, instead of being so hard pressed to make sure that you exist and you show up and you like the things that I like, etc., and to leave that room for that autonomy to develop. Because if not, what you really are raising is a pick me, and they will be a pick me their whole life. And then you're wondering why they can't let go of toxic people, and why they can't recognize dangerous people, and why they would still be with this person and stay in this situation and stay in it. And all of that stems from the fact that you never even gave them room in the most informative, important parts of their lives to develop a self that they take with them into the world. And when they find things profoundly incongruent with who they are, they can easily default to, oh, I can't put up with this. This is I can't do this. This is completely incongruent to me. But if you did not nurture the me, if you didn't allow them to be nurtured in the me for a me to develop, then yeah, you really are raising a pick me that's not going to turn out well, because there are other unconscious people in the world who also don't know that they have unconscious predatorial behavior, and will look to seek control and domination and exploitation, whether it's intentionally or not, of someone else. And you're raising the perfect prey by not assisting them in helping them to understand who they are, and then to hold on and commit to whatever that authentic self is.
You preaching for real. You definitely
And
preaching.
This is why psychiatrists take all adults back to their childhood. It don't matter what you come into that couch for. It could be for marriage issues, for couple counseling. It could be from day-to-day stress, whatever it is. And eventually you're going to find yourself having drawn back to the very beginning.
Go to the root.
What was home?
I'm sorry.
Who were your parents? What was your experience of your childhood? Because that's typically the origins of it becomes the case.
Yes, it is.
And one thing too, what you spoke on that triggered a thought, something me and my daddy would talk about, and he would tell me, because he did believe in God too as well, or as well as shamanism and all that. And he used to say, son, I can't put you out for being gay, because if I don't forgive, if I see you as unforgivable, then how can God forgive me? How can I say that I care for you and I let you out there to be a victim of the system and the market? And we don't really, now that we mention it, there's a lot of blood, especially us LGBTQ. There's a lot of blood that's going to be on some of our parents' hands, because you disassociated and you left them out. You make them easy prey for the market. And you get that based off of respectability politics in some cases when it comes to this issue. It wasn't because your child murdered someone, raped somebody. It wasn't none of those things. You had forsaken your child because you give a damn about what the next person thinks. You give a damn about more society and their opinion of your child than your own opinion of your child. And sometimes we don't really consider that. Yeah, a lot of when I still hear it to this day in 2026, oh, there's a bunch of most of the homeless youth are LGBTQ trans people. Everybody, LGBTQ youth, they're usually the people that are mostly homeless first. And that's a cop out because you failed to prepare and be a you was a piss poor parent and you couldn't prepare your children not to be prey for the market. You couldn't accept them being who they were. So all of this, oh, I put my child out because of these respectability. I'm a bitch who don't even believe in God. But bitch, I hope you get what's coming to you. I
I
hope you have
couldn't.
to experience. I hope you get to experience. I hope you reincarnate, bitch, and then you be that cub or that little. You. I hope there's a little kittens, bitch, and you the kitten that your mother rejects, so you can experience that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't. I think that is so horrible. I cannot fathom ever putting my children out, even when they become adults. It's I just can't fathom that. Like, how does that work? That you can rest peacefully, but again, conscious, like you said,
It's a lack of empathy. Mhm.
they don't have that connection.
Yeah.
And I agree 100%. When I was talking to one of my younger cousins not too long ago, and he's married and he has 2 children, and great conversation. But he said something that was a red flag, and you know me.
Mhm.
He said his wife has autonomy over the children because she carried them. I said, what that mean?
Mm.
You carried them first.
Hey,
Mm.
come on now. They
And,
don't have that kind
and,
of stuff.
and he was like, no, 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 you know what I mean? Like, so I let her do it. And I said, no, 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 no. Fathers are just as important, if not more important than mothers.
And the data reflects that. That when the dads are in the
Especially
home.
in the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Especially when we're going to do
But,
patriarchy.
Yep.
and I began to, in that dialogue, I began to show him, because the stereotypes of fathers, I said most active fathers are more nurturing than their mothers.
Mm.
Like, sit back, I got this. Bathe the kids, talk to the kids, feed the kids, do the little girls' hair. So we don't see enough of that represented, but it is a more common than not.
Yeah.
And I said, never think that men cannot be nurturers because men are nurturers as well.
And they not as judgmental either. At least that's
And
how my father was.
and to a point, it is not a who's a better parent and who's not or whatever. But I see in men for the fathers that, especially those that are single fathers, I see a difference in their parenting style versus single mothers. And it seems as though those relationships are the most healthiest relationships compared to single mothers and their children. I've seen this repeatedly. I don't know if there's data to show that, if anybody's ever looked into that, but I have personally in my life men that are single fathers full time, and their relationships with their children are more functional and healthy, and those children are more productive and like are just more emotional intelligent than when it comes to single mothers that raise the children. And I know we already know what the underlying issues and causes of all of these things are. But the gender role aspect of it, that's why that shit is stupid. It makes no sense because it's only placed there to cause division and confusion. It's not a logical theory though, that a woman is the woman because you carry the child for 9 months. You are more nurturing than a father.
Okay,
No.
can we pivot right there? Because I was gonna insert that in what you're saying, because you pivoted right to what Pink Clover was discussing earlier on in the chat. And while I do agree with SGNFCNT and Pink Clover that moms probably are ideal in terms of the nurture component when it comes to their biological children, of course. But what I don't agree with is that mothers are the only one who can be prolific nurturers. I do agree that obviously, a mom's empathy toward her children, can be of supernatural proportions, and kids would do better to have access to the love of their biological parents. But it's also completely clear and obvious that biological parents are not the only people who can provide prolific love and sacrifice. And we see people who just have that love in them able to provide and provide at that same level and be just as sacrificial and present. But what do y'all think about that notion that men or women inherently can do, like, because I guess it would exist if the pendulum swung to the opposite, that if you believe that a woman is inherently better at nurture than a man is, then you must believe also then that a man is inherently better at being a provider than a woman is. What do y'all
Oh,
believe
I
about
would love to. I would love to answer first as a person who's a single father. You know,
that?
my mother died when I was 6. You heard me,
Oh,
and my
sorry to hear
pa
that.
raised me. And see, I have older siblings. So my siblings was in their 30s when they wanted to. When my mother died, my pa was like, "Fuck that." I made him with your mama. We were in love. No, we weren't trying to have your little bald head ass. We were just trying to have a good time at 60 and 47. We were fucking, baby. We weren't trying to have you. But since you're here and your mama passed away, I definitely can speak to the demographic. I noticed even with my white friends that were single mothers, right? It definitely was. I noticed a different relationship I had with my father versus my other male friends had with their mother. And I sometimes, and it's interesting that you said that, Rumors and T, because by you being a woman and you're saying that you feel that single fathers usually raise their children with a lot more empathy. That's true for me. I don't think it's biology as to why I say that. It's just timing. Because my mother was born in 1940 from Brandon, Mississippi, and what had been done to her, she had been beat into such a submission and so much trauma, to where her ideal of nurturing and loving was to be hard on me, was not to accept me. So it just depends on the perspective and the position that your parent in. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I don't hold that against my mother because I understand it's 19 fucking 40. What choice did she really have in a lot of these things that were done to her?
Mhm.
So I think I don't project my experience, but I do consider that that's probably why the resentfulness and a lot of those egg for single mothers, because the dynamic of their sex and gender roles that patriarchy has put on them makes it to where it's a little bit, I think I'm not saying resentful to the children, but it's like, well, damn, if I'm here, I'm the parent that's here, bitch, you gonna blame me for your daddy not being here. Then you got the nerve to ask me all these 20, 50 mil level questions as if I'm the one. I can kind of see, just giving women, so I'm not making an excuse, but I
Mhm.
do kind of see where society is severely unfair. They're harder on single mothers because,
Yeah.
truth be told, even in New Orleans, when I grew up in the 80s, baby, even with the other people's communities, I didn't see that many single dads. I had an apartment complex of maybe 300 units. There were only 4 single dads, and only 2 of them were black, including my daddy. So I don't. I think that society also does, because of patriarchy, it sets an expectation to where we can't even operate in nurture. My pa used to tell me all the time. He said, "Baby, look, I'm your mom and your pa. Okay, baby, I'm your mom and your pa. I'm gonna be your mama and your daddy." And he wasn't trans or cross dresser. I knew exactly what he meant by that because
Mhm.
the need was there, and because we are spiritualists and we had my mother altered. I'm gonna just shut up after this. The presence of my mother was still there too, because
Mm.
we had her altar, and every time I would cut up like I heard me go off, my daddy was very mild man in his speech. I talk nothing like well, what I say. but my delivery is Louise, and she's a Scorpio. My mom was a Scorpio, and my daddy was an Aries.
My God.
So whenever I would behave, yeah, whenever I would act out or go off, he would laugh. He'd be like, "Oh, there she go. There go Louise." So, so my point from my experience, yeah, I definitely can say I'm happier that I had a single father, but not just because of biology. I understand society. What was done to my mother is the reason why I'm glad I had my father rather than my mother.
Well, in my experience, I think I understand where rumors and tea is coming from, but I think it's based on the individual. Like my father is a Scorpio, Cancer moon. And so cancers are typically seen as more nurturing. I don't even know necessarily if zodiac signs can play a role in that, but I think it depends on the person and everything. But with my father, there was that nurturing aspect there, I can talk to him about anything. Me and my mother have always been cool. We've always been able to talk about anything. But when it comes to, like, especially just when I started to explore my sexuality more, my dad was the one to talk to, because
isn't that funny, y'all, that all of us have kind of had that experience of the man in our life? Like, I talked about how my stepdad was a lot more like emotionally available and present, and my mom was kind of more tough in that way. And kind of
that's how mine was. That's how mine was. That's how mine was. My mother was very like much of a author. Lord help me say this word right. You know what? Y'all know. I hope y'all know what I'm trying to say. She just was
authoritarian.
Anyway, she was very much kind of had that alpha, somewhat of a dictator, and my way or the highway, but loving at the same time. But my dad, I could just go to him about anything. We just kick it and talk about anything. So, I think it does depend on the person, and everybody's experience is different. And does zodiac signs play a role?
Of course, they play a role. But they don't play the only role. Your metaphysical, astrological, and energetic makeup is happening alongside a lot of other factors: lifestyle, upbringing, environment. So it's kind of like a bunch of ingredients. Basically, is informing the way, all the ways in which we can be and end up being. It's not really one thing that's driving the boat, but a bunch of kind of like atmospheric conditions that are creating the day, if you will.
I mean, because people be getting on my nerves. People be getting on my nerves with that, with zodiac. Not y'all, but I just got into watching Pop the Balloon in the gay edition, and it just be, I be so annoyed. It'd be like they get to talking, and the bitch asks what the zodiac sign is, and then they pop it, and I'm like,
whatever. Going to be annoyed with me because I'm probably anything that other than conscious, that's the Scorpio. I'm popping the fucking balloon.
I feel that way about an Aquarius man, child. If it's Aquarius, pop, baby, I can't do it.
I am not going back into that part of the matrix. No. But interestingly enough, so before the pandemic, like 2 years before the pandemic, my brother, may he rest in peace.
It's a lot of static. It's kind of more pronounced now.
Okay, let me try the thing. Tell me if it's still there. Hello?
Okay, it sounds like it's gone now. Keep talking.
No, I can barely hear you.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you, baby.
It's probably
okay.
I can hear you, but it got like that staticky sound at the end, like when you finish talking. But keep talking. We might be able to push through.
Okay. So before the pandemic, like 2 years before the pandemic, my brother, he had started a support group because a lot of his friends were single fathers, and but they were like getting custody of their children, right? And he just wanted to provide, support to them and all of that type of stuff. So I remember he put together this event, and it was like single mothers and single fathers. We got together to support each other, brainstorm, help, open the lines of communication so that we can learn to co-parent better with the opposite sex and all of that, right? And I remember some of the men's talking points when we were discussing disciplinary measures for children. And the majority of these men's talking points were women are more emotional and men are more logical. We try to think logically versus being emotional. And because of that, they were able to facilitate, some of them that had like teenage children, they were able to facilitate a better parenting style that provided less confusion and turmoil within the home. I thought that was very, very interesting. Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. Now, it was some women, others that was in there like, being argumentative, whatever. But I wanted to hear the perspective of men being single fathers, they day-to-day routine with their children in comparison to us women. Because I know I'm a woman. I know what comes with being a single mother. I could not say 100% what comes with being a single father other than the superficial thing, right? I thought it was very interesting. And I also thought it was interesting how women were rejecting the father's perspectives, because none of the fathers really sat up there and bashed any mothers. It wasn't us versus them. They were literally just telling us their day-to-day interactions and engagement with their children. And I said, wow. But I'm watching because I know some of these children, not all of them, but I know some of these children personally. I see the difference in their behavior with their fathers versus their behaviors with their mothers. The littlest thing, because I pay attention. I'm like you, IG. I analyze everything. The littlest things I'm paying attention to. And I said, there is something to be said of that when it comes to us women, how we do approach parenting, especially single mothers, how we approach parenting our children. Because a lot of times we say, we playing both roles. Like IG was saying, his dad said, I'm your mom and your pa. You playing both roles, right? A lot of times we have to look at the role of the male that we're playing, because most of our thoughts of men, what we try to mirror, is toxic. And we think we're doing something productive and healthy, but we're actually doing the opposite, because we're introducing our children. Remember, we're the first role models. We're introducing our children to toxic masculinity. Although it is a woman that's displaying it, it's still toxic masculinity.
That's deep. Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Do
deep.
y'all also think that the children adhere more to the masculine, aka the symbol of the father, because the father is a symbol of the patriarchy, which is the prevailing cultural system itself?
That's
Wow, to your point earlier, Rumors, if we live in an anti-feminine culture, then that also gives the masculine a leg up in areas like this.
Right.
Just because of the psychological equity that's on masculinity and patriarchy, that's then reflected in when men show up in a community, when men show up as parents, and what that psychologically mirrors back. I think
That's why we allow fathers and men who have children to just pay a check and pay child support and say you're doing your part. It's like the bare minimum of what a man can do, the bare minimum. You hear what I'm saying? Barely 80%. And he's glorified for that. A woman could be out here breaking her fucking neck. And that's why I said earlier, a mother could be out there doing everything and it's just taken as, well, that's what you're supposed to do. That's your role. But when a man does it, it's taken as, oh, this is extraordinary. This is exceptional. And he's doing barely the bare fucking minimum. And that's how
Right.
I noticed. I noticed that, because that's one thing I be saying all the time. I said, baby, I'm very proudful. I don't project my experience I had with my father. I don't project that on most of these niggas. And when I say niggas, I mean all race of men. Because most of them don't move like that. They think that it's just providing the material and just financial things. No, baby, you got to go to the PTO meetings. You got to look at the progress reports. You got to go to your parent teacher conference. If your child have interest, all those things you have to be a part of. Those are all the things that motherhood did. So I didn't lack anything. As a matter of fact, my father was more just as active and more active than a lot of other mothers, because he didn't just rely on, oh, because I have a dick and I'm a man, I just can do the bare minimum. Nah, he went above and beyond just as hard as the single mothers would for me.
Right. And
So
I think that makes the
yeah.
difference. Not to cut you off, IG, but I think that makes the difference because being a single parent, so I want to be specific because you could be a single parent and not be the
Hold on. I think unapologetic got some feedback in her mic. Okay, go ahead, Rumors.
you can be a single parent and not be the custodial parent. Being the custodial parent opens you up to a whole total different world when it comes to parenting, which I think makes the difference for those. Now, I'm not saying that people that are not in the home with the child cannot still parent effectively. But what I've seen is those fathers that I was talking about, they were custodial parents. And that made the difference in regards to they had to go to the PTA meetings. Now, unless, which something was a common practice before, to my understanding, before I was born and even probably after, it was a common practice that if a man had custody of his child, he usually would have to either get married or get him a woman to help take care of that child, right? When I'm talking about men that are solely 100% full-time custodial parents, it makes a difference that you can't avoid PTA meetings. You can't avoid, going to school functions or social events, taking your kids here. You have to do these things. It makes a difference. And you're right, IG, 100%. I salute these men, not because they're doing anything extraordinary, because it should be done regardless. I salute these men because this is something that is like a myth. We don't see enough representation of single fathers that are actually good parents, that are raising healthy, productive human beings. We don't see enough representation of that.
We don't at all. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. We need to see more. We need to see more of it. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, baby.
Oh, okay, but y'all, I do have to go. This is a wonderful conversation, but before I go, does anybody have any questions or anything before I get out of here with regard to anything that I shared tonight, just to put it out there?
I don't have any questions. I thank you for always coming up. It's always a pleasure.
Okay, you gonna pop my balloon, Conscious? Now you know I'm serious.
I'm not gonna.
I heard what you said. You said if it was on the show.
That would be possible Aquarius men.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Okay, we good. I can keep flirting with you.
Yes.
All right, let's
All right, baby.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Take care, baby. It was nice to meet you.
So can we pivot a little bit to so Pink Clover was also having, well, was it significant of Pink Clover? There was I know we were talking about nurture and women, and okay, so this idea of not having access to your parents' love. Do y'all think that an adult can recover fully from being abandoned emotionally, physically, etc., by their biological parent, or do you think that there's always going to be something that's broken in somebody who wasn't able to get access to the love of their biological parent, that there's always going to be a part of self that's going to grieve that? Or do y'all think that can be completely transcended?
I believe it can be transcended, but I believe that people are too lazy to do the work. We hold our own self and well-being based upon other standards. So that's like when people when they are faced with rejection, it breaks them down, because that's like not receiving that love. What you're talking about is rejection. And most people measure rejection as the standard for their lives. They hold themselves hostage to the rejection, not understanding that there are sources. You stated this so beautifully. There are other resources out there, and I know there is this like DNA. There is something to the DNA chain being broke that way. They having that fracture. I'm not gonna act like it isn't. However, when you do the shadow work, because speaking of someone that my relationship with my mom and my dad was very, very interesting and unique. It evolved into such a beautiful place. And although I share stories with you guys saying how I was empowered, there was an eternal struggle and battle, because me and my mom's relationship was extremely abusive. I used to fight my mom. Like I struggled internally with, it was like almost like you're saying, like love bombing, because I have this one version of you that is fulfilling my life, and then this other version of you that feels like it was a major rejection. Because my grandmother raised me, and my mom was still in the picture, my dad was still in the picture. They still had access. You know, it was a revolving door. It wasn't like I never saw these people every day. However, I was very clear on knowing my grandmother as my mom, and my mother, I guess I thought she was my sister or something. But it took me having children, and that required work, because I didn't want to pass on that pathology. I didn't want to be that. I wanted to just be a better version of myself. I just didn't want my children to be affected by my own traumas. And it caused me to humanize my mother. And I was able to detach from all the trauma and anger. Plus, I got to know, because apologetics said something that was very prevalent. She talked to her mother. I was able to communicate with my mother in a human standpoint, from a human perspective, outside of her, who she was supposed to be in my life. And I saw her as a human being.
Outside of her title and her role. I had to do that with my mother too.
And it was so liberating. And I learned her story, and it didn't excuse what she did. It gave me understanding. And as a flawed human being myself, I was like, okay, this makes sense.
You know,
and then,
because that understanding, I do want to say about the compassionate part and the power of humanizing your parents is, to Ruma's point, it doesn't excuse it. But when you do the Carfax and you humanize your parents outside of the title and the so-called job assigned to them, and you understand their stories, something that I think is really powerful about that is it helps. Like, the reason why that has the potential to lead to closure is because you realize that your parents' behavior toward you, whatever that was, wasn't actually personal.
It had nothing to do with me.
And that's what's so powerful about humanizing any person, or whether it's a lover, an ex, whether it's a toe-up ass family, whether it's a toe-up ass mom, a toe-up ass dad, is that because what the sting of our experiences with people typically is rooted in our belief that it was personal, that you didn't love me because I wasn't good enough, that this was about me. I wasn't valuable enough. I wasn't enough. And assigning that narrative to yourself to make sense of your experience is typically what ends up being the destructive component in the way that we in the stories that we do and don't tell ourselves. And so when you learn somebody else's story, just like me, like when I was dating my twin flame was horrible. Like my twin flame was just on drugs, in the streets, toe up, unfaithful, narcissistic, abusive, was just all the things, And because I had never really dealt with something, I didn't really deal with narcissism in that capacity really until him. And I had no reference for that. It took me a long time to finally fucking process. And what kept me in it was thinking that this was about me in some way, that this was about my opportunity to love him out of whatever this is, or to believe him when he would be manipulative and try to make me responsible for his behavior, etc. But once I learned about why he was so fucked up, and when I learned about how fucked up his own mom was and his own dad was, he came from a father who was a drug dealer and who died at some point in his streetness as an adult, and then his mom was very narcissistic. Typically narcissists are born by narcissists, and she was controlling, she was self-centered, she was emotionally unavailable. She had weird disciplinary styles for them. She would lock them in closets and shit. It was just all type of crazy shit. They were going from pillar to post at times. It was just dysfunctionality just all over and up and through his upbringing. And once I was able to get a full wide lens view of what he had been through and what has shaped him, that's when I realized, oh, this ain't got nothing to do with me. This ain't. I was able to totally divorce and totally reshape the way I understood his and I relationship, and that understanding led to the complete and utter dissolving of the pain, which ultimately was forgiveness. It gave me the catalyst to forgive myself and to forgive him. So yes, humanizing the fuck out of people is a powerful catalyst to compassion. It's a powerful catalyst to forgiveness. It's a powerful catalyst to releasing yourselves from assigning yourself a story that is traumatizing and is designed to strip you of your sanity and your peace of mind, because you actually believe that your value is inherently connected to the way you were treated and were not treated.
Right.
That is real, and because when to answer your question, how does the person resolve that? Now in my case, it's I understood that my mother she loved me, but she didn't like me.
Yeah.
And there's
And
the difference there. Like,
Mhm.
I didn't feel she hated me, but
Mhm.
before I knew what gay or queer and everything was, it was that. She saw that in me, and that's what she hated.
Mhm.
And I, when she died 2 weeks before I turned 7, I did have like an emotional response. There's a part of my life during that time, a week of my life, I can't remember shit. I have a very good memory. But I
Mhm.
remember something happened mentally. But then when I started to go through puberty and talk to my dad, I said, well, okay, now that I'm realizing I'm different, and when I started begin to talk to my dad, my father talked to me about my mother. And because he really loved her and didn't resent her, she was a widow, she passed. I was able to put some things together. So far as my older siblings, my mother's first husband, she had two husbands before she married my daddy. So I have siblings now, y'all pushing almost 70 years old, and I'm 40, I'm gonna be
Wow.
41.
Wow.
So, right?
Mhm.
So I noticed that some of the mannerisms, and when I would visit my older sisters in Houston, from New Orleans all the way till I was 15, that same feeling, except I'm more comprehensive now. Now I know what these words mean. I know what you meant by saying this. By my father explaining to me what was going on during the time, especially with some of the stuff he had to endure too, he was able to understand. He would say, "Look, your mother," because there were times I remember my mother would be throwing shit at my daddy. She would be the physical abusive one, and it would hit me. And I asked him, I said, "Dad, how come you never, she was going ham. You would never defend yourself." And he said, "Son, that would only prove that I'm physically stronger than her. She didn't been fighting men all her life. I don't
Mm,
need to be the next man to show her that I'm stronger than her. She didn't already been abused. She didn't already went through these things." So that
yeah.
allowed me to be able to see. That's why after talking about it now, I said, yeah, I understand who my mother was. I didn't take it personal. It hit me. I said, oh, she was taught, she was, especially because I understood history, she was literally traumatized. She was literally put in situations to where her coming out like this, and again, like you said, it's not an excuse, but it is an explanation. And because I have an explanation and I can see, like, okay, it doesn't just affect my mother, women during that time who went through that, who had to navigate that space, and people from that point, I was able to humanize them. Now, don't get it twisted now. That's something my daddy didn't teach me how to do too. He would say this: respect your elders, don't submit to an old fool. You can't piss on me and tell me it's raining. No, you cannot talk to me any kind of way just because you're an adult. That don't work like that, because he wasn't like that either, and that would almost get his ass killed during them days.
Mm,
So it's one of those things to where I was able to humanize, like Conscious is saying, because I was able to look at, wait a minute, what's the institution? It's not just about me personally. Your
mm,
mama ain't the only person who don't like you because you gay, bitch. There's a bunch of people in this world that you experience at your school that don't like you because of who you are. And now that and then once I was able to understand where that comes from, and that's a learned behavior, then yes, I was very much easy to be understanding of my mother and why she was. But I say this, and it's gonna sound dark and it might sound cold. The reason why I could and I don't have as much trauma because she died when I was 6.
mhm, mhm,
It I have some I have the Carfax on my older brother who was queer from her second husband, and I saw how she would treat him and
mm,
do him. And then I realized, and even my father, when I got old enough, he said, "Son, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love your mama, but see how I accept you being who you are? She
mm,
don't she even you not just being gay, she wouldn't even like you going to another church that wasn't Church of God in Christ."
yeah.
So I can also say that with that same breath, yes, I can humanize her, but am I grateful that I didn't have to deal with her? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, humanizing, that's the thing. Humanizing a person or people is not about acceptance
Mhm,
in regards to allowance. Acceptance and allowance are two different things. So humanizing people just provides you the space and opportunity to get clarity and understanding so that you can make an informed decision on how to move forward in that relationship. That's all humanizing does. It allows you to correct and to be aware so that you know how to move in dealing with people. I've never been able, without humanizing a person, I've never been able to um, find answers within the conflict of another with another human being or another individual without humanizing them and getting clarity. Because when you don't see people for who they are, simply human beings that have a choice to either go left or right, and in that choice, because you don't know what's on the left side or the right side, but there's a decision to be made. And so you need to know and understand why people make the choices that they make. There's always, and I've learned this through my own experiences and others as well. There's always an issue, an underlying issue. People don't just react. That's a rarity for a person just to react without a cause. You need to know what the cause is. How do you resolve the problems of life without knowing what the cause is and the effects are, right? So these basic skills, it's like I'm looking at us human beings just making we have so many problems that are easy to correct, and we make them complicated by dehumanizing the individuals involved in the situation. It is all everything's so simple to me. I'm like, the more I engage in my conversations with Conscious and other people that are critical thinkers. And being a critical thinker doesn't mean because it's very simple. When I analyze everything over the top, but every time I overanalyze, the answer never changes. It's very black and white, very simple. And I'm like, damn, we the ones that's fucking everything up by complicating the simplicities of just being a spirit and existing in this world. It ain't fucking complicated. The labels, the judgment, all of these divisive tactics that have been created and weaponized against us, we choose to continue to perpetuate them. And the simplest instructions that we were given, and when I say instructions, just through the breath of life of our existence, the simplicity of us just supposed to be here and live off the land and just live vicariously and enjoy our lives, right? Has been just made so fucking complicated. And all of the complications are not necessary. These are not things that we have to have. We don't have to have all of this division. Who cares how many penises I put in my mouth versus how many Conscious put in his mouth? Who cares? Who cares if I'm getting bussed down, if I'm doing the ride or I'm being rude? Who cares? When it's all said and done, why is this such an issue amongst the human race?
Because
so you doing the building high room?
Child, whatever way, if my bones don't get the cracking, and I could pull this leg over my head, by all means, I'm an equal opportunist. Get it in how you get it in.
360.
So it don't make sense. Like when you think about it, right? Like I be like, damn, why? I'm so glad I'm on this little social media fast or whatever, because I'm like, this shit is not complicated. All of this, everything we talk about, it is not complicated. We keep making it complicated. We keeping ourselves stuck. This shit is just so damn simple. The same way it's in us to instantly just blink, right? We don't have to think about blinking. We just blink. Same way we don't have to think about breathing. We just breathe. That is literally how life is for us people that are self-conscious, empathetic, and just out here just trying to just live a good life and learn what the purpose of our life is. It is simple for us. It is not complicated. Why the fuck y'all can't just let us live this simple existence? If y'all want to be raggedy and complex, confused ass individuals, stay the fuck over there. Why y'all over here bothering and worry? I just don't understand it.
Right, I agree with you. I'd be like, some more. Leave me alone, bitch. Leave me alone.
And I want
Like,
to add.
man,
I want to add to something that Aromas and IG both of y'all said. Aromas, you saying that basically compassion doesn't equal access. I think that is something super important that people need to really understand, because even with what IG saying, it's like, I'm glad that my toxic mother didn't live long enough to hold me in an injurious situation. And of course, it's human nature for nobody to be attracted to pain. Nobody would, want to remain or be in a painful situation if they don't have to. So I completely find it appropriate that you have a value around, not of being appreciative that you didn't have to endure as much of her as your sibling did, because you also got to reference that and see what that looked like in the long term and what the effects would be in the aftermath. And I always say to people, and this is a saying that we have amongst society, where sometimes rejection is your protection. Sometimes I know we romanticize things, and we romanticize, like my mother's love or my dad's love or their relationship, and we don't sometimes internalize the fact that not having that thing. And I think Iyanla even said this on her show, like that, what if it's possible that him or her not being around was actually what was best for you?
Right.
What if
I
not
know.
having access to that thing actually was the lesser of the two evils and was a better forward moving alternative than what you were begging to have and praying to have and trying to fight for having? If you had it, things would have actually put you on a darker trajectory
I would
than
have been dead.
mm-hmm,
I would have been dead because the way that the track record shows,
mm,
my mother had from her first marriage two daughters. They still alive. From her second husband, two boys. They both dead.
wow.
And the one that was queer, which is so sad. My daddy loved him too.
Mm,
His name was Timothy Washington. Um, I
jeez.
he did things to try to appease to her. It was so sad.
Mm,
He
yeah,
did things to try to not be who he was.
yeah.
And since we just being uncensored, you know what I'm saying? I've endured some inappropriate things as a child sexually,
Mm,
from one of my older brothers, and I've shared this before. And out the two brothers, see the one who was queer like me, that had a temperament like me, was the safest one. The one that she thought I should, the more masculine and hood nigga one, oh, she didn't mind me being around him.
mm,
And I don't blame her just for that, but I could see where it's like, I know that it would have caused a rift between you and my father, because my father was not like that at all. And then I also can see like I would have ended up hating women. I would have ended up being on the DL. I could just see it, especially with my mind and how maniacal, because I have a manipulative ass older brother from
mm,
my daddy's first wife. We're not gonna talk about that. But it's just kind of one of those things.
mhm,
And he all old evil ass Virgo too.
yo.
So it's just I see where like okay, and even my dad and I talked about it when my older brother came around. I said, I noticed my brother seems to be kind of mentally off, and I was like, what's wrong with him? And my dad told me, she was trying to send him to conversion, pray the game away from him, and not letting him go to church with his friends having interest. I saw the destruction of what it did to him. So that's why I knew it wasn't like, oh, I feel this way. It's like when I got old enough, I was since I had such a lovable father who was everything I needed him to be. And then yes, I had mothers. My daddy didn't bring no woman in the house. He never married, didn't have no girlfriend, none of that shit. But when people say for queer people that chosen family shit is for me, it's more true. I had examples of motherhood of women and women community accepting me more than what my actually mother did. So I was also able to see that too, that everybody's don't have the same response or reaction to the same type of trauma.
Mhm, mhm,
So I understood that that was your Louise. That was Louise. I love her. I respect her. I know I have a lot of her personality traits, but
mhm,
that was her way of going through that. I didn't allow that to
yeah.
be projected onto every woman because it would have been unfair. Because considering how many wonderful women I've had in my
Mhm,
life from that point on, so it sounds kind of cool. Like I said, I'm not trying to. I didn't really miss her. I didn't need to miss her because my daddy gave me the hugs and the kisses and
yeah.
the
Mhm,
affirmation, and I didn't miss. I really didn't
yeah.
miss her. People
Mm.
would be like, "Oh, it's Mother's Day," and people would be all sad for me and crying and shit. I'm like, "So fuck y'all crying for?" Even as a kid, it wasn't like even before I was like, I don't know why the fuck y'all.
Mhm.
I don't know why the fuck y'all crying. I'm good.
Isn't that incredible that like your dad poured so much love in your cup, that there was such an abundance of love poured into your cup that that overflow allowed you to completely plug that hole in where your mom was. Like I barely could even notice that emotionally because my dad was loving the shit out of me. loving the shit out of me. That's powerful. Powerful. That
If
you
it is,
love the darkness away from you. That your love was a firewall. That I could barely even. I never really saw the night because it was always dawn. Because of your love.
And I didn't realize until we were able to have those young adult appropriate age, 17, 16, when I started to have those questions. So I didn't even really, and what made me really had to bring it up when was the last time when I visited my sister in Houston, and I realized she had my mother's ways. But see, this time I'm 15 years old, bitch. I'm well read. So what you saying to me in those little comments and shit, I was about to whoop my nephew ass. My nephew's older than me. I didn't give a fuck. Um, it's
Yeah.
one of those things that made me start to ask questions because I said, "Damn, she looked like my mama. She sound like my mama. What does her behavior come from?" And my dad told me, "Well, you know, your mama's first husband used to throw hot food in her face. Your daddy, your mother's first." And I saw the cycle because my sister's husband was abusive to her. So I saw the cycle, even though they're well educated, well to do, in that aspect, but the interpersonal relationships dynamics, I start to see like, oh, okay, y'all might have more money and status, but y'all don't have the same kind of peace I have in my household when I go home with my daddy. Y'all don't have the same type of communication. Y'all don't have the same type of open. So y'all have all these other status themes and everything like that, but I wouldn't want to trade that for what I have for the household with my dad, where I can be myself and I don't have to perform for him.
Yeah.
and interesting you saying that. That's going back to what I was saying about simplicities of life. Because as a child, regardless, even if you were a teenager, right, you were able to formulate that awareness and differentiating, okay, they have the financial, status, whatever, and they life is like, whatever they got going on or whatever. I like you said, peace. There's more peace over here. You know what I'm saying? In the simplicities of life. We just make it just unnecessarily complex. And man, I mean, I know we all, between the three of us, and I'm pretty sure the crew too that's in the chat. Well, I know we got stories for days because we've lived such complex lives, and then even with all the good and the bad, it's just like the people that we evolve to be. So I do understand some of this stuff, even though it's of our own making. It is still destined to have happen in our lives, right? So that we can show up to be the best part of our versions of ourselves. Because I often ask, like, why universe, why God, why, and the answer always remains the same. You guys have free will, autonomy to do what you want, and you're going to learn the lessons based upon the choices you make. Because clearly, if you're making bad, quote unquote, bad decisions, right, and you don't want it, that wasn't your intention, and you want to be, quote unquote, good, you're going to learn from that behavior so that you don't be a repeat offender. But what we're experiencing in all these topics, what we are experiencing is the projection and pathology of repeat offenders, the same cycle over and over again. Women, y'all want to know why you can't find a man, why you're not happy? Because you are limiting your dating pool, worrying about the irony. You ain't worried about all of the issues that comes with the heterosexual community. You're worrying yourself about a community of people that you don't even engage with, right? You worrying about who he was with prior to when it comes to same gender loving or orientation expressions, but you don't have those same concerns when it comes to opposite gender interactions and expressions, when the same thing is plaguing both communities. So you got to just figure that out. Going back to the whole bisexual conversation, you have to figure that out within yourself. Like, if these aren't the same concerns that are stopping you from dating, quote unquote, the heterosexual male, You still willing to risk yourself, right? That whole STD conversation. You're still willing to risk the chance. Because that's what it all goes back to me of ownership. Take ownership of your choices and understanding the same risk that you're willing to take with a heterosexual is no different than the risk that you're rejecting to take with a bisexual man. Same thing with the gender roles. All I'm seeing is just the same toxic ass patterns being applied in damn near every situation of our lives. And it's really our faults and no one else's. We know where it came from. We know how it got started. But at the end of the day, this is your motherfucking life. Once you know that a nigga been feeding you dog shit and telling you that it was beef, and you continue to eat that damn dog shit, thinking that it's beef, that is not on the nigga that fed you the dog shit. That's on you.
I want to speak to Ari comment, and then I want to also speak to the why. And I know that you just gave it a why. Aromas. I would love to hear IG's why too. But Ari has been sharing in the comment section that she had a very abusive experience of her father, and she would be throwing his ass right into her old folks' home when that time comes, and she chooses to have no relationship and nothing to do with him. And I want to say to Ari that that's absolutely okay, because you don't have to, if reaching for a relationship to someone comes at the cost of you hurting yourself, you get to absolutely not hurt yourself and move on with your life. We're living in a time where, thanks to the internet and social media and there being so much information now available, and we have understandings around trauma and abuse, and narcissism is a buzzword of the culture now, and people have language now and information to help them to better understand what's been going on in their lives. There are so many people who have went no contact with their parents. There's so many parents who went no contact with their goddamn children. There are so many people who have and are willfully and proud of the fact that they are protecting their peace and protecting themselves from what is in fact not conducive to their mental health. And so there's absolutely nothing wrong with you not wanting to have anything to do with your parent. I tell my young cousins, all the time to love themselves, and that if dealing with any one person in their life ever starts to be detrimental to their mental health, to let that individual go, including if it's their own parents. I tell this story all the time, but a younger cousin, she had to go through bouts of not dealing with my aunt, who's her mom, because of just how toxic, my aunt is. And, my grandmother is a super empath, but she was also very unconscious. So she leaned into like over pleasing philosophy, and she leaned into, that's this, but that's still your mom philosophy. All things that, while at surface sound good and sound harmless, actually can be harmful, because in telling people to, well, regardless, that's still your family. Regardless, that's still your mama. Regardless, that's still your daddy. When you say that, but then you also leave out the most significant part of that framework, which is, okay, but how do I love them without it driving me mentally ill? How do I love them without it destroying me from the inside? How do I navigate somebody who is self-destructive and therefore socially destructive? And that part is never a part of the conversation. That part is never included in but that's still your mama, and that's still your daddy. But on top of that, even with or without the other aspect of that, to how do you stay connected to someone, I'm here to disrupt that altogether too, and say You don't have to, because the reality is there is no way to successfully navigate somebody who is severely disconnected with the healthiest part of themselves, who has been fully consumed by all the worst aspects of their ego and humanity, who is unreasonable, difficult, judgmental, toxic, self-aggrandizing, profoundly selfish, is completely inconsiderate, rude, and just unstable. It's okay to let all of that go. I remember watching, I think it's the last movie that Adam Sandler he was in, I think when he played the astronaut, and he was going through it at the time of his marriage to his wife, who was also pregnant. She was back on Earth. She was also dealing with some inner conflict about her life and the distance between them. And, you know, he had to end up going on a space mission at a time where they weren't finished navigating some of their marital issues. And he was having like flashbacks and shit while he was out to space, and reflecting back on their relationship. And there's a scene of him and her in the kitchen, and she looked at him and she said, you know what? I don't have to keep amputating myself just to love you. I don't have to keep amputating myself. And then on top of amputating myself, I'm the only one doing the amputating. You're not equally sacrificing parts of yourself to love me. I'm the only one having to give something up. I'm the only one constantly having to sacrifice some part of myself to hold on to you and to have you. And what makes it worse is that the fact that it's not even mutual, which is possible. It could work. I could reason with having to amputate myself if you were doing the same, but on top of me doing the amputating, I'm the only one doing it. And a lot of times that's what a lot of us have done in our lives in various situations in order to hold on to our fantasy of relationships and to hold on to our expectations and to hold on to our desires, as it came at the expense of ultimately selling our souls and corroding our souls, only to end up at a inevitable wall and a deficit, and an outcome that was unwanted. And you don't have to do that for yourself, for any motherfucking body. I don't care if it is the person that conceived you. I don't care if it's the person that raised you your whole life. I don't care if it's the person you've been married to for 15 years and y'all have 2 kids and etc. You do not have to destroy yourself to hold on to a relationship to anyone or to make a relationship work to anyone. And this is something that I have to particularly give Black people permission to do, because we have a heavy cultural practice of choosing their relationship over our own pain. And we are hammered and pressured to hold on to the worst of people just because of the title they hold, just because they're family, just because they're mom, because they're dad, because they're your sibling. You don't owe anybody in this world your mental fucking health. Not a motherfucking person do you owe that to. You don't owe that to your children. You don't owe that to your motherfucking parents. You don't owe that to your friends. You don't owe that to a motherfucking person, baby. You don't owe that to no one. And if that's what anybody is requiring of you, consciously or unconsciously, you close the motherfucking door and you cement that bitch shut behind you. Because truly, if you're not good for yourself in this world, you can't and won't be good for no motherfucking body else. Nobody deserves to live and to exist in that way. Nobody deserves that. It's inhumane. It's anti-self-love. It is self-abusive to do so. And do not adhere to the cultural, societal pressure to live your life that way. And if that makes you the oddball out and some stupid raggedy motherfucker want to judge you and make you feel guilty because you choose not to have relationship to your parents or to your family or whatever, you close the door on that raggedy motherfucker too. I am somebody who has gone 10 plus years now, no contact with my own family. So I champion behind people who are I'm reclaiming my time. What the devil didn't tell you, bitch, is that I'm reclaiming my time. My time. So, don't know that you're not alone, and know that anything that improves your mental health, any action, lifestyle choice, environment that amplifies your mental health is the life for you. Anything the opposite of that needs to be deeply evaluated. So I just want to champion you on Mrs. Ari and your feelings and your sentiments. You have every right to have nothing to do with your father. Um, the question came up about the why. I know you kind of spoke to this, rumors, but that is a very deep philosophical question and even significant, shared in the comment section that he too has, wrestled with the why, why. Why do y'all think? What do y'all think all this is about? Why do we
Power.
come here to well, in terms of from the soul, from the larger framework, like why do we why do we have these type of experiences? Why are we born into unhealthy situations? Why are we given unhealthy families, unhealthy parents? Why do we uh have certain experiences manifested in our lives? Very like what I guess what I'm asking is, what is y'all belief on the purpose of pain? Like, why did the universe create pain?
Um, mm, it's so
I
deep.
think go
I
ahead.
feel.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, I was gonna say. I think it is man. It is man made. I know you like universe made it, but I believe it's man's creation, and I think the reason why it's a constant cycle is because man has not learned the lesson. They haven't retained, even if they learned it, they haven't retained the information that they learned. And so it's just a repeat, wash and rinse of the same thing over and over again. And I think that, our creator is that like knew that we were flawed that way, but did not necessarily foresee, because of us having all of this free will, quote unquote, right? Did not foresee, or just made more than likely what all of the things that I've been saying as a parent, what we should do, maybe that is the creator's instinct, like maternal instinct, so to speak. Let him, I gave him the tools. Let him figure it out. If you make a mess of it, you have to clean it up. That's my thought process of it, without going super deep into it. Um, man, just make a mess, just made a fuck up, and just been fucking up ever since, instead of just correcting the problem and doing better.
I definitely agree with you because y'all know I'm on the atheistic side of things and stuff like that.
And that's why
So
I use specifically for your ass the term universe. I said I ain't gonna say God. I ain't gonna say, I'm just gonna say the mechanisms of the universe, or the known universe, that pain exists in this experience alongside everything else that's been created. So
yeah,
what purpose do you think it serves, if any?
see, I don't know about a purpose, but I do know that it has a cause and an effect. Um, I know there's several systematic culture demographic reasons could depend on why you have parents and they're in the positions. Just like my mother being, she can't help that she was a black woman born in 1940 in Brandon, Mississippi now, can she? You know what I'm saying? So I some things like that is beyond your control. I don't think it necessarily has some type of creative or architect purpose, but it does have a cause and an effect. So the causes could vary and be so many different things externally, even outside of yourself, as to why this behavior is happening. Now, what you cause from that behavior, I'm sorry, how you affected people and others from that causation of your behavior, that will be subjective to the person. You can either take the pain and let it consume you, and you could use the pain and let it make you a better person. You can use the pain and distribute it. You can use the pain and try to bury it. It's just a subjective amount of reasonings why these things do happen. I know specific for us as Black Americans, it's very much institutionalized and intentionally systemic for our parents and our grandparents to have the environment. It was set up and created for
Mhm.
it to be what it is. And I know, and definitely, even when it comes, especially with Black people, but even these European white Americans, who come from, who were also colonized by the Roman and the Catholicism, these Negroes ain't Catholic. I'm sorry, them people ain't Negroes. They're not Christian and Catholic in the same indoctrination of respectability. They were held to the iron maidens and the guillotines and the spears and everything else as to why they're so terrible to everybody else in the world.
You
Because
know,
so that's I know I don't know about a purpose. I'm the type of person, I'm okay. As much as I like to research and read, I am okay with saying, bitch, I don't know. And then I'll tell you, this is what I think and what I feel. Do I know it?
Mhm.
No.
right.
So that's how I feel. There's definitely a cause and effect. The purpose, subjective.
Well, purpose for me, when I think of purpose of pain, because pain only serves one purpose, right? It's a warning sign. It's a warning. It's literally a warning. Something is wrong. I don't care if your heart is in pain, if you're physically in pain, that is a warning to let you know something is wrong. And I mean, if you stump your toe, nothing hurts more. Well, I don't know that because I've never been shot or anything, but I do know, aside from childbirth, stumping your toe is the equivalent. Just the pain don't last as long. It's just as strong as childbirth, okay? And it stops you dead in your tracks no matter what you're doing.
Completely polarizing. Hmm.
So when I think of pain of any sort, anytime I feel any type of pain, it stops me. It has my attention. So do I want to go through pain? No, I can appreciate pain because again, it's a warning. It's a siren to alert you. And I hope when most people experience pain, they pay attention and they do whatever it needs to be done, or if it's anything that can be done to prevent it from, from further experiencing it. But can I just say something real quick to Ari?
Yeah.
Because I was seeing all of her sides. So I got you on my
Mhm.
TV, on my tablet, and my cell phone. And
Sure.
I've been reading her comments.
Mhm.
And I think outside of you telling this okay,
Mhm.
one of the biggest thing I want her to take and hold dear to her heart and walk like stand on it, no matter what anybody tells you. No matter what anybody tells you. Do what you need to do for you. In addition to even what your father is saying to you. Unless he got somebody else, because my cousin went through this. Unless he has somebody else that's willing to sign for him, no matter what he says and how he treats you, even to put his ass in the nursery, he gonna need your signature. He needs you. He can't even get his ass into a nursing home without your signature, unless there's someone else to step in and sign for you. Your father just sounds like a whole fucking narc from what you was putting in the comments.
She
And
literally
what
called him a psychopath, I think.
she said, no, she said a lunatic. No, she did psychopath, and I think she said lunatic.
Mhm.
And that's part of the characteristics of a narc.
Mhm.
They're delusional as fuck, and they will love bomb you. And if once they see they cannot love bomb you, even as a child, you become their enemy, their mortal enemy, and they treat you as such. But when it's all said and done, if he ain't got another child or a wife, someone that's willing, because my cousin went through this with her father and he was married, and guess the fuck what? He's still legally married. His wife refused to help him and do anything. He treated her like shit all her life. And guess who had to go and sign for his ass to be in a nursing home? Just to go in a fucking nursing home, never to be bothered again. And I told my cousin when she called me and asked me my opinion, she said, I'm asking you because I know you're going to give me a non-biased opinion. And I uttered basically the same sentiments Conscious uttered. And I said to her, putting him in a home does not mean you don't give a fuck either. Because I wanted her to understand you give a fuck. You're just detached. And you don't want anything to continue to further tie you to him. I'm also going to implore you, if it comes, and when that time does come, make sure when you put him in that nursing home to make sure he got insurance and everything else to relieve you of any fucking obligation. You make sure everything that he has is reported to the nursing home, and that's for them to take over. Don't stress yourself over what nobody else have to say about it, because when it's all said and fucking done, anybody that has anything to say, you tell them to, then you motherfucking do it. You go get power of attorney and you do it. Just wanted to add that little bit onto it.
Yeah. Significant says, and Ari says, he was a serial narcissist. My parents are still together to this day. What do y'all think about the parent who kind of, the parent who stays married to the other fucked up parent, who stays in relationship to the other fucked up ass parent? Let's say that parent also try to do their fair share of pushing back against shit, protecting you, supporting you, despite staying in a relationship. Does that count, or do y'all think there's still some fault or liability if one parent remains in relationship to whoever the toxic parent is considered to be in a situation?
When my grandmother's generation did that shit, Conscious, I knew it was all about them wanting to maintain the financial stability, even if they work their damn self. I knew what that was about. It was all about the finances, right?
Protecting the bag.
But I watched, because there was a certain set of women in my family. When they was done, they was fucking done. Women of certain age, they didn't give a fuck. When they was done, we go down to the courts. Whatever the court say, you got to give, you give. You don't. They was just done, right? Then I watched another set of group in the family that were separated, not even legally, just separated. They just took their kids and moved to a whole nother fucking house and just left, but were never divorced. And then for those that stayed, I naturally, as an adult, y'all know my story. I tell you, I confront people. I ask the questions. I address the elephants in the room. And most of those women felt like they were victims too. And I understood, yeah, you were a victim, but you became the oppressor as well. You were part of the problem because you enabled the behavior. You didn't protect those around, because that was always when I see situations like that, I always look like, are there children involved? No matter the age of the child. Because usually if you experience it as a young child, you're going to still experience it in your adulthood. And I look at those that are responsible for having that person in that space, the abuser, and I said, you are an abuser too. You're a co-conspirator. You didn't protect the child, and you're still not protect, even though this is an adult. 9 times out of 10, this adult has been stunted somewhere somewhere in their childhood. They're stuck in that age emotionally because of what they've experienced through this abuse. So you are the problem too. So I can have understanding of you being a victim as well, but you are his victim, but you are my abuser as well. So I have the same hostility and animosity towards you. I mean, towards him that I have towards you that I have for him, or her for that matter. You're both the problem.
She said in the comment section, to be quite honest, I love my mother and she was a great mother, but there was an underlying issue she was actually going through. Her issues with my dad. He was verbally, physically, psychologically, and financially abusive. So he was he was taking everybody through there. So why do you believe everything that she's still married to him even now? Like, why do you think that they're still together even after all of this, and all of y'all seem to be adults now and everything? Like, do you think she's still there out of trauma? She's still there. Is she there out of fear? Is she in there just out of history and out of whatever security she has physically in the situation, familiarity, the fear starting over? Is it Stockholm syndrome? What do you think? Why she's still there? Let me drop the name for IG. I think he got dropped off.
You know, my another one of my relatives said it was really hard for her to tell her mother the truth because their dad, he actually died in prison. He used to just beat the brakes off of them. He almost killed her mom.
Wow.
And it took her a long time, therapy, all that stuff, right? But it took her a long time to utter the words to her mother the truth of how she felt her and basically delivering her from that pit of hell. Like, when she told her mom, you could have gave me to my aunt, my cousins, my grandparents. I didn't have to stay there. You made me stay there, and I had to suffer along with you. Something about that truth, and again, I'm a person that humanizes everybody, and this is my biological family. So, of course, I'm empathetic to the mom, because I'm like, she couldn't. How could she have saved you? She probably didn't want to be alone in the suffering. And then I thought, like, that was the mother. At the end of the day, family or no family, she was selfish. Because why would you want someone else to experience? If you know what this feels like and it's harming you, why would you want your children who cannot fend for themselves, and it was the same way they could against an adult, right? Why would you want them to be a part of that? Especially if there is a possible other support system out here that if you afraid to leave and you don't want to leave, why allow your children to stay there? Something about that, because we say mothers are nurturers and protective. Something about that, I can't quite put my finger on it, but something about it just seems very disturbing to me, that you may not be able to save yourself or want to save yourself or have the strength or even the mental capabilities and rationale, right? Stockholm syndrome is a real thing. But why can't you want better for the children? Why allow them? If a house is on fire and you and your child in there, who are you going to push out the door or the window first? You or your child? Questions.
She says emotionally, I've always felt that my mother chose him over us. She kept going back to him. I can remember as a kid being so upset at my mother for going back. That's how my grandmother was too. She's still there, unhappy, stuck. Unfortunately, she's been with him for 44 years. My grandpa was a cheater. He was predominantly emotionally abusive and unfaithful. He had his moments where he was physically abusive as well. And my grandma, she stayed and stayed and stayed, and there would be times where she would step away for a little while, and but she would ultimately be back. But my grandma started experiencing heart failure behind putting up with my grandpa, and it wasn't until my grandma's nurse, her doctor, told her that Grandma CTV, if you don't leave your husband, he's going to literally be the death of you. He's killing you. He's killing you. And that was the straw that broke my grandma's back, because at that point, she hadn't had heart surgery and open heart surgery, and her health was being taken through there. And after it was her doctor, her medical doctor, that had to encourage her to leave her goddamn husband. So she left, but they still remained married illegally. But she lived in her own home, so they had, you know, that type of marital arrangement, and you know, they still went to church together and stuff, but they never lived together after that, and that ended up working very well for my grandmother. And even all that she had been through with my grandfather personally, and even after a lot of the things that he had took his children, his stepchildren through as a father and stepfather, when he got sick and came down with dementia, my grandma still was fulfilling her wifey duties, and you know, she's the reason why he didn't end up in a home. He instead remained in the house that both of them owned and raised my parent and my aunts and uncles in. And you know, she outsourced for help. That's where I came into play at. My auntie came into play at as his caregivers and everything, and all that was orchestrated by my grandmother. And she was good to him. She was good to him, even when she could have chosen herself fully and fully let go, fully gave him back over to life, gave him back over to God, and relinquished any and every aspect of her duties. I do think that her religious beliefs and convictions had a lot to do with why she remained legally married, even though they legally separated and lived in separate homes. I think my grandma had some judgments about the idea of divorcing her husband, even though biblically she would have been in line to do so. Infidelity is certainly one of the few so-called legit reasons to divorce. But yeah, she was good to him. And even in my grandma old age, when we would talk about like my grandfather with her and shit, she would still be like, you know, yeah, your granddaddy was crazy as hell at times, and he was definitely all of the things, but you know, it wasn't all bad. You know, we had some good times. We, you know, our relationship was good at times. She never hated him, which was interesting considering just all, you know, I mean, she spent most of her life with my grandfather. Like they got married and stuff like in her 20s. So, you know, she known this man her whole life. And she never hated him. But that's a part of that super empathic shit. Like my grandma was, I'm not sure there's anybody who she hated, no matter how bad they got on her goddamn nerve and how detrimental they might have all, you know, that they might have been in all actuality to her mental health. She never hated. She never hated them, and she never turned her back. But she did to choose herself in a way that helped to mitigate her mental health and allowed her to deal with him in the way that was healthy for her, and for her that was us living separately. I don't need to come home to you every day, and you don't need to come home to me every day. I need my own shit. You need your own shit. I need to be able to choose not to deal with your foolishness and deal, because my grandfather was a hellraiser. Like he would come home from work, be mad as and just start shit, like complete narcissistic gaslight. He'd come home sometimes off of his graveyard shift, and if he was feeling the way and he just felt like anything, if he felt like it was addition to saying anything was off, he would come in and he would snatch all of the fucking pots and pans and shit out of the cabinets and throw shit every goddamn where, and then make, you know, my aunts and uncles get up out of the bed, you know, as kids, get up out of the bed as young people, and they would have to come around there and clean all of that shit up, put all of that shit up. Like he would just be hell on wheels. Child. My grandfather was, he was something else, but then he had that polarity, he had that duality. He was completely charming, like a lot of narcissists can be. He had a sense of humor, and when he was sweet, he was really sweet. And that's what really keeps a lot of people kind of tolerating narcissists in their life, because when they are good, it's like it's two extremes. It's almost like a Gemini. Like they gonna be extremely good when they good, and then when they bad, they really bad. But the good is so good, and then that convinces you that that's the real them, and then that's the part of them that you hold on to when you experiencing all of the bad shit. The Deshaun, you got a lot of background noise. Like it's a lot of background noise that's going on. But yeah. But Deshaun, welcome to the platform. I muted you until you can get your background. If your background is straight, you can unmute yourself and join the discussion. We are almost 5 hours in.
Oh, okay. I just want to let me put my headphones on because I know that it's better.
Yes.
Let me just. It sounds like a plane, right?
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of air. I assume you got a fan on somewhere.
Yeah, I do. I have fans on around my room because it's really hot. Like
I
it's
don't
very
even play.
humid.
I'm surrounded by an army of fans my damn self.
Oh my gosh, it's freaking ridiculous. I can't
Mhm.
wait until fall
Yes,
comes.
sir.
But anyways, the real reason why I came in is, and
Yeah.
it's kind of like, I don't understand why when it comes to bisexual gender roles is like, well, gender roles is fine if there's some people that do want gender roles and all that. Well, let's go back to bisexuality. Some of these women don't know who they're dating. Some of these women actually, because I got to go back to that, some of these women don't know who they're dating because remember, everyone has a role into what they try to shape the man into. Because the thing is, nowadays, like I said, they've taken away the LGBT. They're taking away. Look what's going on in the UK. They already took away the LGBT pride flag and everything else, and taking away the LGBT where that you can't be yourself. So the thing is, these women keep complaining of, oh my gosh, I'm not going to date a bisexual man, yet you're saying that you would date a ex-gay man and being delivered, but you can't accept a man that will tell you the truth of, I had a history of dating men, and it's like, oh my God, it's just so weird. I cannot compute that. It doesn't make sense to me. How are you going to say that yet you are dating a man that had a history of sleeping with the same sex, saying that it's been delivered, and you don't even know if that person's been delivered? Because the thing is, he's probably using you just to get to you for another beard again because of what's going on with the Trump, the Trump and the Heritage Foundation and evangelicals. How the hell do you know that? It don't make any sense to me. Never understood it. Can't understand it. I don't know their logic behind that. It never works. They're going right back to what? The early 2000s, the 90s, where these girls will find out that their man is sleeping with the same sex after the fact. It don't make any sense. And everyone has a role into this because the thing is, this is how the DL culture gets even more huger than ever before. And all these other men that's doing all this masculinity, do you know that some of these men are actually gay? Secretly, because they be around men all the time. It is so freaking confusing to me. I just looked on there. I just looked where there's a lot where there was a gay guy. It's a white gay guy. He was explaining about his life where he dated women first at 19 and then 20. And then he dated men that, in his college years where he wanted to date this bodybuilder man. But the thing is, he was still in the closet because the thing is, he was slowly trying to accept himself and try to, slowly, say that he's gay to his friends and everything else, right? But the thing is, the man was rushing too fast, and he was like, and he really wanted that bodybuilder, and he couldn't. And then the next year, he found his other lover the next year, still in college, where he fully accepted himself. So what do we say to these women that were dating these men that did not know that their boyfriends were gay? It just don't make sense.
Well, I know that when it comes to the whole dating a man who so-called them been converted, dating an Andrew Caldwell, that's oftentimes the power of religion and assigning God to something, because we live in a society where, for the people who are homophobic they seem to sincerely believe that gay is an external phenomenon, that same-sex attraction is an external phenomenon, not an internal phenomenon. And because of that, first of all, it's contagious, which is why they think that gay people shouldn't have access to children and shouldn't teach children, because this thing can jump from one person to another person, like the new Jean Grey powers in the Spider New Day movie. And because they believe that this is an external phenomenon, that also makes it interchangeable. It means that you can program the system and program the person to turn off this mechanism, that a person can choose away and resist this phenomenon. And so they genuinely believe that a man or a woman dealing with same-sex affections, attractions, can be delivered. And because they believe that, and this is their understanding of that worldview, some women may not care that the man has a past, as long as he don't plan on having a future and having a dick in his ass. As long as he don't have plans on having a future and a dick in his mouth. And may even find it to be a flex to some degree that they are with a man who has such a powerful testimony in a era where LGBT people are saying, I was born this way, I was born this way. Well, look at this powerful man of God who really has internalized God and self-actualized God in such a way that he is gay no more. So from the religious standpoint, I can see why they wouldn't consider that the same thing as me openly dating a bisexual man, because a man who has been converted is not going to be considered a homosexual anymore. It's not going to be considered bisexual anymore. They seem to have a particular concern and fear around men who actively sleep with women, but they would not consider a man who has been changed and converted by God to heterosexuality to be in the same category and class of men that are bisexual.
Yeah, but the thing is, whatever works for them works for them. But there's another group of people that would use that testimony and not really go along with it. They'll go along with it just to impress and just have popularity just because they're just doing it. That's the thing. And trying to flex and do all of this other things, saying that they're not gay no more, and come to find out. And you hear these stories on the article where the one that used to be gay or bisexual unalives his wife because the wife found out that he was sleeping with men again, and all that other stuff that's going on. Like, I just saw this article where, like I said, this was a couple years ago, where he shot the girl because she found out through the gay lover through a freaking text, or well, I think it was a picture or something. I don't know what it was, where he was, doing fellatio, and she found out and she wanted to leave. He wouldn't let her leave, so he shot her and then shot himself. And then the kids were fatherless and motherless.
Yeah, because of the fear of being found out, because of the fear of her walking away and telling everybody and telling both sides of their family and telling their community what his true T was. And because he couldn't accept himself, he would rather not even live and make sure that she also cannot go and tell and evangelize the truth either.
And see, this is the thing. This is another way of controlling another person that cannot live their truth and try to force everyone back into the freaking closet as best they can. Because the thing is, and then try to abuse other children once these people that's been delivered to have children, to abuse children to live their truth so they cannot live their truth. This is another energy cycle that they're trying to do within the church. This is energy harvesting. This is energy harvesting. That's exactly what it is.
All the church specializes in is controlling everybody. They want to control women. They want to control gays. They want to control men. They want to control children, and they want to control the outside world too, which is why they don't mind knocking on your door and leaving their pamphlets in your screen door and asking, can they talk to you so they can talk about, the possibility of controlling you.
I mean, it's gotten so bad. It's gotten so worse. I looked on also on Instagram where this anti-gay pastor, this anti-gay whatever that goes outside, keep harassing gay people. There was a gay person that had to punch him in the face. Like, it's gotten so bad. You can't even live your truth. You can't even walk out there just minding your business, getting groceries, just walking across the street without someone looking at you and thinking that you're gay, and then say, oh, it's wrong and it's all that. And then they start forcing you, and you're trying to move. They're blocking your way into where you want to go. Like, that's how worse it gotten.
I just saw I was in my algorithm the other day and I just saw this like this emo black guy, like he had the lipstick and the black nails and the piercings and everything, but despite him having an aesthetic that I'm sure the church could argue is a problem too, apparently he's on a conversion journey and had walked away from his desires for men. And I guess a part of his Instagram brand is he's like taking everybody on the journey of redemption with him, and he has abstained from engagement with men on an actual and romantic level and all of that. And I guess somebody had asked him like, how does he deal with lust and everything? So he was just talking about how, like, if he's being honest, even though he's kind of like far into his journey, that he still does deal with attractions and everything. And he was saying how he has to have a lot of discipline, and he has to sometimes leave his laptop outside of his room at night, I guess, so that he doesn't end up pulling up some adult content and getting himself off or whatever. And I just remember like him going through this litany of just how committed he is to fighting and warring against his own nature because of an ideology, and how he can't even be like a young person that's focused on just living his life in happiness and even potentially falling in love, and just not being taxed and exhausted with the idea of trying to conform to a static quo within the church. And it just reminded me, even when I was younger and I had to go through that phase as well, and where I had to wrestle through accepting myself because of the church and all of that. And it was a lot, and I was doing the same thing. I was, abstaining from all of that, and I had cut off all my gay friends in high school, and I, was trying to give God that, because that's what I was taught by the church, that you can't have a relationship with God if you are openly gay. And then I was terrified. I was absolutely like completely mortified at the concept of hell. I'm just like, I'm not about to be locked into some fucking cosmic furnace for all of eternity over liking a man. Like, that's preposterous. And but even with the extremity of all of that, and the pressure from all of that, and the fear of all of that, the reality is that it's not something that was congruent to who I was, and the reality of what I was there, regardless of what I was trying to tell myself and convince myself of. And so knowing that conversion does not it's not a real thing, and that even the whole anti-gay movement that was happening in the early 2000s and shit, like, even though people had to come out and be like, we apologize because we didn't convert anybody, everybody was just down low. People just went from being out loud to being gay, to being quiet on the creek instead. And and they had to tell the truth about the fact that it doesn't really work, and that nobody got rid of their feelings. Now, the interesting thing about that is there still are people who are claiming to be ex-gays in the world. There are still people who have carved out whole brands saying that they're not gay anymore. And while I do find these to be two different issues, like, people don't have to be homophobic. Like, that's one thing. I'm never going to tolerate transphobia or homophobia. It's just not logical, and there's just no reason for it. It's foolishness. But my question to y'all is, like, for the people who are like, who really claim that they've overcome this and that they don't have these desires in them anymore, they may be successfully married to a member of the opposite sex. They may have children. Because there's another Black woman on IG too. She popped up in my algorithm, and I guess she used to be an ex-lesbian and everything, and she is now married to a man, and they got kids, and she presents as somebody who's thriving in her afterlife of being a heterosexual and all of that. Do y'all believe any of these people? Like, not like, even if you largely like shun the idea in a general sense, like, do y'all believe any of these people are telling the truth about overcoming same-sex attractions?
Can I tell y'all what I believe?
I think this is
I
marketing.
chuckle and
Hello?
also gave a sigh. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I chuckled
IG,
and
can you
gave.
hear rumors, IG?
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
Okay,
Go
just want
ahead,
to make
baby.
sure. I just want to make sure. You hear rumors?
I sighed and chuckled because that's why I don't subscribe to labels. I don't per se believe that anyone, if we're going to go along with this religious talk and the deliverance aspect, I don't believe it because I don't subscribe to the labels. I do believe that a person can lose interest, right? Like I said earlier, today strawberry ice cream could be your favorite flavor today, and tomorrow you may prefer or like butter pecan more, because none of us stay the same, right? We do change. We do. I mean, in a sense of day to day, right? Which can go long term. But when it comes to people talking about, I don't do women anymore. I'm not gay anymore. I'm not a lesbian anymore. Your preference had nothing to do with per se the orientation. And I wish people would look and do research on the soul, because we're brainwashed to believe our attraction is which there is physical attraction. Don't get me wrong. But we're brainwashed to think, like, we're programmed to think that it's supposed to be more of the heterosexual norm than the same gender norm. When in totality, that's not the case. We're spirits. So if your spirit is attracted to whatever your spirit is attracted to. And I believe most people are confused because they're uneducated. They don't know. They're confused, and they're so subscribed to the labels of things that I can understand why someone would say and think and believe they've been delivered and they only like this, and because they're not looking at the soul. If I'm making sense to anyone, you seeing the physical, and that's what you're thinking, that this is what it is that you are attracted to. This is what you like, etc., etc. Not realizing and identifying to the fact of the reason why you were able to entertain and engage with same gender loving, it was because of there was a spirit tie there. Something within your spirit was attracted to that person's spirit. You may have saw aesthetics, but it was really your spirit, the energies that was connecting each other. But you didn't entertain that part of it, and now because you found what you found someone else that's now the opposite gender, you're just assuming I'm not gay anymore. And when it has nothing to do with the label any fucking way. That's why I be just baffled at people that have not done that work and established and really learned and discovered that it's really your spirits that's connected to spirits. Ain't got to do with none of this gender shit. It's man-made shit.
And that's what these people are claiming to have overcome, is that is their very nature. That after this ain't about a title, I've overcome the desire of being attracted to same sex.
What
And it
that
still goes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, IG.
What that signals to me is that okay. What that signals to me is that you decide what you're telling me is that you're making a grand direct declaration. So you decided to make this grand declaration for the presumptions of people. Because see, serving, from atheists, the way that it looks for us, it just seems like they're deifying the philosophies and emotions of man when you worship or appease to any God that's been created from man. And with that being said, I don't, I can't be in a person's head. I can only make an observation. I definitely can make an observation that this person has decided to present their orientation this way. Because the orientation and sexuality is two different things. I do think it's very much possible for people to have same sex, have homosexuality, and not be same gender loving. So the cap, what it could be, what most people when they say that, what they're telling you, what I believe, I don't know. I speculate. What they can, the reason why they're able to make that declaration because they're not emotionally attracted to the same sex. They're just they're conflating their orientation. So they know they're not gonna present ever. Even if they secretly want to have sex, that might just be the extent. They just want to have sex with the same sex. The same way heterosexuals do when they, have affairs. R. Kelly said it best, keep it on the down low. He was never gonna marry that woman. He was very comfortable. There are a lot of heteronormative relationships that go on all the time and it just stays sexual. It never grows past anything else. So I think that definitely a person can make the choice. Here's what I'm saying. They made the choice to make this their declaration. And that declaration has everything to do with the acceptance of people. And they're telling you that it's God. But, and I understand most people don't have the understanding. For me, when you talk about God, you're talking about man. Because this is, you only care about this ideal of what you think God is because you heard it from a fucking man. So I think that they're just making grand declarations. They're choosing to identify their orientation. You can
All
identify
right.
your orientation, do something totally different with your sexuality.
This is my thing. I think the thing is for people that are doing what they're doing, they're trapped souls. And for me, for you to just try to appease society in this way because of who you truly are, I think it's actually hurting yourself. And in order for you to actually hurt yourself, you want to stay in that cage where you first you say you're free. You heard of everything of what's going on. You heard that the Bible isn't real. You heard that it was made from a man that was actually gay, which is the King James Bible. And listen, this Bible is so weird. You had David that said that he loved his friend more than any other woman that's in the
Jonathan.
Bible. It makes no sense to me why people didn't see that and say, why is it in the Bible? Because my kids can hear this and my kids can have this influence on this homoerotic stuff. It's going to make them gay. Because the thing is, if that's the case, it's in the Bible too. It's in the Bible. And also, King James was buried next to swordsman. So I don't understand this weirdness that's going on. And if, like I said, if you have a gay kid, why don't you have another kid that is straight? Again, it's to force everyone straight so that so that the next generation won't see it.
So
And
what's
that's
your
what it is. It
response
got nothing to do
again?
with spirituality. It's usually like having spirits control what
So
they
what's your
really wish
answer
they
again,
wanted.
Deshaun? Like, what do you believe again about? Do you believe that any of these people, like, do you believe that a person can successfully overcome their sexuality?
All you got to do is say, "Oh, I can. Let me just try. Let me just try a woman, and if I like it, I'll date her."
So is that a
You don't
yes?
have to.
I'm trying to figure out a yes or a no. Do you believe that people can change their sexuality?
You can't really change your sexuality. Really, it's just for me. It's a performance. It's just a performance to me. It's a performance to appease the public, and I'm not changing it because the thing is, the person that you really loved, your soulmate that you really loved, you actually left for another person that's not what you really wanted, but you actually have to actually fight through it just to date the opposite sex. Because the thing is, you have a soulmate that you really wanted, but you can't have in the same sex era. It's the same thing as the heterosexual area, where you got to find someone, and when you find someone that like I said, that you did not want, you're in hell with this person that's controlling your life. But you have to actually appease the public so that, I'm with him, and I'm with her, and I accept. But the thing is, how you gonna accept this person that don't even like you, that don't even, I mean, it don't make sense to me. There's a gray area here.
So what do y'all think about the people who are straight and convert to homosexuality? The women and the men who have been straight their whole life and they end up getting exhausted with the dating.
I was about to get there.
And they convert to the other side.
I mean, I think I think sexuality is a discovery. I'm a witness of that myself. I'm gonna be 41 years old. I didn't have my first penetrative heterosexual relationship until I was 30. You know, and my first time with touching a woman was like 28, 27 on some menage a trois shit with a man and a woman. We'll talk about that later. Um, but I think it's a discovery. It's just the orientation is for the public. Because you notice on your job applications and everything that's federal, it doesn't necessarily always say sexuality. We can't discriminate based off of sexual orientation. Orientation is the relationship and how it the relatability socially. So I definitely think there are plenty of there are men who are homosexual who have, like myself, you know, I know that I have some percentage of pan and bi in me due to me being with cis women and trans men. Now, is that something that I regularly often do as much as the XY community? No. But I don't need to make a declaration that I'm bi or pan. Sexuality is not a declaration, it's a discovery. So yes, but the only difference is that you're not hearing a campaign of people who were straight saying, "Ooh, I got delivered and converted, and look how much better my life is because now that I'm gay." That's the difference. It's not
Mm.
propagandized. It's not institutionalized. So yes, it happens. It's just that people are not going to be about making that grand declaration to the orientation like they would the other way around because it doesn't have as much.
But why not? Like, don't we live in a society where well, people of all orientations or sexualities, that there's a social component to everything that we do because we're social people. So you have heterosexuals who constantly perform heterosexuality or showcase orientation. They marry, they PDA, they invite people into their ceremonies to bear witness to. I mean, like, what? How are you defining orientation again? IG, so that I have a clear understanding. I just don't walk away from the goddamn phone.
But the thing is, these people are not even truly faithful to each other, because I've been hearing stories like my cousin told me that these women and also these men are dating outside their marriage. They're not really committed to each other. And again, here we go with this lust thing. Every time when it comes to sexuality, here we go with lust. They always try to use gay with lust. Lust is any sexuality. So the thing is, how can a gay person, that's not even fair either. If your sexuality got to disdain with lust, how come the heterosexuality side isn't not dealing with that same shit and not going to be delivered, even though they're heterosexual, so that they can stay committed to their opposite sex? They always do this, and usually the men do that shit.
So yeah, when I hear people say that they're delivered, you know what I think automatically? You made a choice. You just made another choice. That's what I hear. You just chose to refrain from practicing same gender loving expressions. The irony, well, sexual expressions, I'll say it that way. The irony of that is, as we've been saying for over, I don't know how many hours now, but there's really no difference. To me, I don't see the demarcation other than the social labels. I don't see the demarcation in either one when it comes to this gay, straight narrative. But I do understand that there are people that are subscribed to the gender norms, to the sexual orientation norms, all of those things. And so I just know that people make a choice because they love to say, right, it's a choice to be gay. Well, it's a choice to be heterosexual too. And it's just more of the norm in the majority to choose the heterosexual norms, because that's what's been that's all we have. You have more of that as a representation than anything else from the time you come out the womb. So I don't, but I do believe that there's all things are possible as well, right? So I'm not a person, because I know faith is all a belief system. And I know our words are powerful, and we do literally manifest our lives consciously and unconsciously. So can I believe that someone has manifested their own deliverance? Absolutely. How? By their practice. Now, is that a true thing in regards to, are they no longer going to practice that? You could do anything with discipline, right? So there are people out here, like, I mean, the pendulum swing both ways. And in the spectrum of, there are people that are out here that have chosen to reform from practicing same gender loving activities, right? Well, sexual activities, because you could be same gender loving
want to be
and not be.
rumors that these people are not claiming to just have modified their behavior.
Of course, they're not going to do that because their brain.
No. I'm saying that, but with you saying that you believe that anything is possible, like that's my question is, do you believe someone can eliminate the mechanisms within them that drive attraction romantically and sexually?
Well, that's why I'm saying there are people that can literally, I was specific in saying practices, right?
Brainwashing, basically. That
right.
So successfully brainwashing themselves.
Yeah.
Here's another great area too.
And that's why I was going down the road. I'm glad IG is back. I was going down the road into the differentiation of same gender loving and same gender sexual practices, right? Because right, when people think that just because you're not actually physically having physical sexual encounters, they deem that as if you're not practicing and engaging in anything sexual. But you can have a whole conversation verbally and have a whole orgasm just from having a conversation. So it doesn't have to be physical. So when it comes to that, there is like the specific word that should always, because when I word deliverance, I hear choice. You made a choice, and you're practicing discipline, trying to stand by that choice. That's what I hear.
Yeah.
I
They further
decided.
define that by we ain't just chose away. We are different. We have gotten rid of the internal mechanisms responsible for
Yeah.
sexual attraction. Like that's what they
But
mean
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
but that
Yeah.
change.
But you.
that's
But
Because they
then.
know too that it's not enough from a religious standpoint. They know that it's not enough to just change
Yeah.
behavior because even their own Bible tells them that, like, Jesus literally responds to the idea of lust, and because his society thought of lust as an external thing, Christ took it a step further and said that lust is inward. It doesn't have to be an outward expression.
Mhm.
If you have lusted in your heart after another man's wife, etc., then you have committed adultery, which then raises the stakes for those who are under religious rulership, because it's like, oh, I can't just change my behavior. Like, because changing my behavior doesn't denote the fact that I'm still same sex attracted on the inside. I'm
Still
still
having thoughts. Yep.
homosexual desires on the inside. So I'm still in the same predicament. Even if I stop the hardware, I still have the software. And these people who are claiming to be delivered are claiming that they reconfigured the software. I was going to ask IG too, like, when you say sexuality, are
I'm back.
you defining the sexuality as like the general landscape of the sexual pattern and conduct, and orientation is the specifics of like hetero, homo, bi, trans?
No,
Like, does
no.
anything fall? Are you defining sexuality as the broad landscape that all orientation rests upon?
Well, when I say that, because okay, sexuality is the behavior of the sexual acts, explicitly to the sexual acts, and the behavior of your sexuality when it comes to sex. Orientation is the relationship that you have with the sex of choice or sex of attraction. So, orientation is the social construct, it's the public declaration of the relationship amongst your sexuality. That's sexual orientation. That's why in most society, or most places, unless for sex positive, we don't have places where we're just walking around having sex and doing extreme PDAs on any form of the sexual spectrum. Now, holding hands, kissing, stuff like that, that's a sign of orientation. That's why I say the same thing when people see two men holding hands, it's like we got our dicks out. People imagine us butt fucking, and all we're doing is holding hands. So when we show orientation, people emphasize sexuality. So that's when I said that no, those people who are telling you that they might, it's a mind fuck. What they are they necessarily lying? Not necessarily. Because if I orientate to you that I'm publicly choosing to be in a relationship with this person because of the opposite sex, that has nothing to do with sexuality. That has everything to do with anatomy. So that's why it's very possible. I mean,
But
if
as I just, but
the
as I
dominant
just
society has.
clarified, and as I
Mhm.
just clarified to rumors, they're not talking about orientation though. They're talking about sexuality in all actuality.
Right, and that's why I differentiated that. I see what they're doing. They're just they're orientating to you publicly
Well,
and to
in all
your.
actuality, yeah, they're actually doing both. They're outwardly reflecting their change, but they are also claiming to have overcame the software itself inwardly.
But it's the
Eh,
same.
That, mhm.
But it is possible because you know why? I'm gonna shut up. But think about it. We
mhm.
as gay people, before, those of us before a certain time, we know exactly how to do it now, don't we? Do you know how many of us, besides me, we've had sex and penetrative sex with the opposite sex before we had sex with the same sex? You know how many of us got married? You know how many of us have girlfriends? You know how many of us did all of the things? So think about it. If it's
But a
something
lot
that
of us,
we had to,
but to your definition of orientation, a lot of us were performing
we were
while
orient
knowing
exactly.
that
Mhm.
our sexuality was something different than
But
the
our
orientation
orientation,
presented. Mhm.
exactly, exactly. So yes,
But these people,
I
but to my point about the convergent crew is that like these people are not claiming just behavior modification; they're claiming software change altogether. Like I went from an iPhone to a Nokia. Like I don't went
but see,
from Apple software to a Windows software.
yeah, but
Even
the
if I
only
never
I,
orientate, even if I have a physical demonstration, I'm still
Oh
making a
yeah,
proclamation
can
about
I
my inner.
also
Mhm.
can I also insert here? I also saw on an Instagram video where this Latino said he's been delivered, right? But the thing is, when it comes to when he see a same-sex couple, he goes crazy on a tyrant saying, "I've been delivered, and you shouldn't be doing this, and you shouldn't be doing that." Fine, you've been delivered. Why are you bothering with these lesbian couples? They're not bothering you. Like that right there gets me on my motherfucking top. Like that just drives me crazy when they do that shit. Great, you've been fucking delivered, but leave the couples alone. You live your truth. No one is bothering you, dude, on how you lived your testimony.
That's a part that just you already. I mean, that's what all the religions. I mean, like that's what they all do. If they're not trying to convert you for sexuality, they're converting you from heathenism. I mean, that's what they do. Like, they believe in changing you. So that's why they're not going to leave you alone. And it's not enough for them to be what they are. But back to the situation. Can you further explain, IG? Because I'm still trying to.
yeah, like okay, so when I say that, it because it's like it's like a double entendre. They're telling you, yes, see, look, I'm presenting with someone of the opposite cisgender sex. You don't see us having sex. It's just implied. Just like it's implied when two men hold hands. It's implied that we're butt fucking, even though we might not have penetrative sex. You see what I'm saying? So the relationship aspect of it, they're virtual signaling to the public that I am choosing to be with someone of my opposite sex through orientation. And when you do that through orientation, people automatically apply sexuality, even though sexuality can be. I'm gonna give you another example, conscious even within heteronormativity, and I think I said it earlier, right? There are plenty of couples that they perform monogamy.
Mhm.
They present to everyone publicly that they are this monogamous, one-on-one orientating couple. We assume that. However, what goes on in their sexuality, they could be swingers, they could be bi, one of them could be living a double life, or both of them, because that's just how they orientate to the public. How they're going to actually want to have sex and experience sex, that's sexuality to them. So in their mind, this is why a lot of men, and I do agree to a certain degree, which is controversial. Yes, I do think people can have sex with the same sex and not be same gender loving. What they are is opposite. They're same sex attractive. Just like how we can break it down conscious when we say most straight men are what? They're opposite sex attractive, but they're same gender loving. It
Mhm.
goes true for the other way too. There are plenty of
Mm-hmm.
people that, yeah, they are same sex attractive, but they're only opposite gender loving. And in their mind, that's where it doesn't count. So if sex, according to what everybody else is believing, is not supposed to be the only main part of the relationship. So yes, in their mind, they're not gay. And me personally, I kind of like that differentiation because I don't unite with someone just because they like to do the same freaky shit. That's goofy. Just because we both like to fuck a man, that don't mean you love a man like I love a man. You just want to get off with a man. We both might have that in common, but the difference is I love the whole piece of the man. But it's the same thing with heterosexuality. When
Mm-hmm.
niggas say, "Oh, females, yeah, them females," okay, yeah, you like the coochie, you don't love women. So
Mm-hmm.
I think with the orientation, so yes, those people who are saying that they are delivered because it is an external force, they're they're not they could to see if they're lying is their business, but what can definitely be said, they're choosing to orientate heteronormativity. Now, what's going on sexuality to your point, conscious? If it was for God, if it was for all this stupid shit, like I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, y'all. But if it was for God and all of that, then there would be no need to make the grand declaration. You make the grand declaration for people. Well, because you see God and actualize God through humans, because humans are the ones who created God and not the other way around. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay. I got how much time do y'all have? I want to show y'all something. I may have to try to speed it up just for the sake of
We
time.
riding out with you. Come on.
Good, all right. Okay, so in lieu of this conversation, I almost want to restart this live and set this topic aside, but it, I guess, kind of runs congruent.
Go ahead. No. Start another live. Go on and end this one. Start
Uh,
another one.
you sure?
Yeah. Come on. Do. Follow your instincts.
Are y'all ready? Are y'all
Shit, I gotta be at work from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., baby, and I'm gonna have plenty of time to talk. So come through. I'm leaving
okay? I
one
mean, because I'm about
plantation
to
going to
restart
another.
now. I'm about to restart it now. So are y'all coming back?
Go ahead. I got you.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I'll sit
Hell
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Deshaun, I want you definitely here because this is your type of shit here.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. All right.
Okay. So give me 5 minutes. I need to obviously create a thumbnail and set the watch page up and all of that kind of shit like that. So give me about 5 minutes. I'm gonna end this live, then I'm gonna restart it up. And
All right.
I'll send y'all the live too, since we all follow each other on IG. So I'll send y'all the send
Like,
y'all the StreamYard link.
Oh,
all right.
okay. Mhm.
Okay.
Hey,
Come
make sure
through,
y'all come
baby.
back home.
I'm ready, you heard me?
All
All
right,
right, good.
ready.
This is a fascinating topic, and I don't think we've ever really did it in depth. So yeah, so let's go ham. All right, I'll see y'all in a few, everybody. We are going to restart this live, so that this doesn't end up being damn 20-hour long live stream. So y'all already know how YouTube does. You may or may not get notifications, but you know that I'm about to come back. So just check the channel in a few minutes, and we should be live again. We're going to get into some more things. Hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. It was riveting, honey. We got our Iyanla on. We talked about healing, narcissistic abuse, gender roles. We talked about double standards and prejudice hiding in the form of preferences, and we dispel myths around HIV. Baby, the King is a unique creator, baby. Where else can you go to get gossip, to get real conversation to go to church, to get intellectually stimulated? Where can to get the looks, to get you just get everything over on this motherfucker, baby. Okay, support the King through subscriptions and sharing and thumbing up. And if you enjoyed yourself and you got anything out of tonight's commentary, you can also support the King monetarily. Cash App, $Consciouztv. That's Conscious with the Z on the end, and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. It's on the screen. All donation information is in the description box, as well as all my other social media handles. I'm Consciouztv practically across every platform. And once again, that's Conscious with the Z, spelled exactly like it is here on the channel. I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Good night and good morning.